Win. All right, we are live. Communism live stream. I'm with Alex Ebert and Carl Hayden Smith. Welcome, guys. You guys were both key teachers this month in the portal. And well, let me just we got the background. It's always annoying when that happens. Yeah, you guys were both key teachers this month in the portal, and sort of, I guess the sort of ritual or routine that I want to sort of embody for this year at the portal is sort of having this reflection at the end of every month, just thinking about sort of what went on in the last month, what we thought through, what we worked through, and also sort of expose people to some of the ideas that we've been working through in the portal. You know, I know Ebert, we've been interacting a lot this last week with the drive. You know, your focus on static drive, and, you know, my focus on immortal drive at the conference, but also in the portal, you know, you're presenting on status anxiety. And Carl, earlier in the Edge, you were bringing up hyperhumanism. So I just thought we could just discuss some of the intersections between those themes, and, you know, maybe start off just by saying sort of, you know, what ideas are most alive for you, Ebert?
Well, just before this, I was going through the hyperhumanism and the time energy presentations. I guess Dave won't be here, but so I guess both of those are just at the moment alive for me. Speaking on the hyperhumanism thing, and actually the story I was telling you, Cadell, just now before we started, you know, being stressed, traveling, and I had the rotavirus, then I had COVID, then I got the flu, and then I got another variation of the flu, and so I've been sick over the last 2.5 months, and I'm now just like coming out of it. And while I was sick, I was dealing with my dad, who's dying, basically. You know, he's convalescing, but like, if no one takes care of him, he's gonna die. And yet he refuses to move out of this house in the mountains. So I'm trying. And his wife has been the caretaking person, and I won't get into details, but, you know, caretaking is extremely taxing, especially when you're older. So the thinking about transhumanism and just the hyperhumanistic sort of embrace of the pain of death and dying and caretaking and so on, and the human experience, right? And we're so not set up. I mean, forget transhumanism. We're not set up as a culture to deal with pain in our basic ideological state, you know, especially toward the end of life. And there's no community, there's really no communal facilitation of convalescence. You know, you have these places that you can send people, and then that's about it. And otherwise, it's like on a few people, extended family members. So anyway, it's been really interesting, and having to caretake for him while being sick just created an extra level of stress that was actually really enlightening. Because taking care of him in my normal physical capacity, I'm like, what's the big fucking deal? This is a cinch. And then when I got sick, I finally was able to sort of expedite that process by like 40 years and experience what it would be like to be caretaking at the end of my own life for someone else. And when I've thought about technology before, I always thought it was capable of being an empathy machine, that it could actually put us in the shoes of other people, and we could experience the hardships and pain. The hyperhumanistic capacity of technology, I think, is very real. We just don't tend to think of it like that, or think of it as lending us extra perceptual capacity to experience the pain and struggle of others, and or to experience the pain and struggle of ourselves in a heightened state of pain. So anyway, those things are those are what I was thinking about just before coming on. So I guess I'd just share that.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Carl, what's coming to your mind with that? I mean, I think that was a great check-in from Ebert.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, you know, feel for you, Ebert, with where you're at with your dad. I mean, I'm in the same boat with my mum. She's got Alzheimer's and dementia, and it's like, you know, it's almost like that sense of like, I have to give up my life to go and care for her. She's not in the same place, and it's super tough. And then it's like, you know, you've got these transhuman visions of like, you know, that care being given even remotely. So you could like be you know, you could be sort of like, you know, there's all these examples, especially in Japan, where they're even giving their kids over to the robots to be nannied. You know, that just strikes me as like the extreme trust and animism in the technology. But yeah, it's and then there's those hug machines, or the remote kissing, where you put your tongue in your mobile phone and you're like kissing your partner. But for me, it just encourages remoteness. You know, and I think that's the danger that we're facing, that these technologies will allow us, a bit like what you were talking about with the status anxiety, with the inner and the outer. So we get so inner that we're so utterly like isolated through the technology that we just stop being human. And I think the main argument I'm trying to come across with the hyperhumanism approach is that we just have scratched the surface of what it is to be human. And if I think about, like, you know, I've just seen Zone of Interest. I don't know if you've seen that film. You know, this incredible film about the Holocaust. And these people are just carrying on their normal lives behind the wall, where they can hear the torture of the extermination of the entire, you know, the Jewish population of Poland. And they're just going along their normal lives. And the fact that they can normalize the extermination of their fellow humans and dehumanize them to such an extent, and yet we still are repeating history now. So how do we become so human that we that just can't happen, and the victim can't become the abuser, and we break that chain? Because it seems to be essentially the human condition that if you are abused, then you become the abuser, and it's so hard to break that circle. So yeah, I think that there's so many, like the prison guard experiment. You know, we know that if you're put in the power of the guard, even though if you've been the prisoner for so long, it's like you then have the mentality of the power of the guard, you know. And it's like it's all about the context engineering. It's the ontological design. It's putting the nursing home inside the nursery, and then both of those contexts learning from each other. It's the young people feeling so immortal that they don't, like you've expressed, but until you were ill, and you can get, and that it's not empathy, it's compassion. And I think that there's a lot wrong with just trying to replicate and do the empathy machine. It doesn't work. It's just voyeurism, you know. It's just voyeurism. And when you see, like, you know, the people on the life raft, you have to. There's a brilliant example actually called Bloodsport. It was a Kickstarter that got funded, and basically it was a shoot 'em up game, but when you got shot in the game, real blood was taken from your body, so you were linked up to a device that would take blood from you, and it was the last man standing that hadn't fainted that won. So I think unless you have some real world losses to your voyeurism, it's just pure voyeurism. So we need to involve, if these technologies are ever going to have any impact on your compassion or your empathy, that you need to involve your hyperhumanness.
Yeah, you need to have stakes.
Exactly.
It's super tough. Yeah, I mean, there's so many conflicting feelings I have specifically on this topic that you guys are sort of freestyling on to start with. I definitely dealt with end-of-life care with my grandfather. It's traumatic. It takes all of your time. It takes all of your energy. You kind of have to put the rest of your life on hold. And right now, my partner's going through the same thing with her grandparents. And you just confront, I guess, the individualism of the society, because there really is nothing set up to take care of people at the end of life. And yeah, we are just a society that sort of shields itself from death, and it's really weird, right? That at the same time as we have all these fantasies of immortality, specifically transhumanist fantasies of immortality, we have coextensive with that a society that's totally blind to the reality of death in every way possible. So I guess my first question is how is this related to status anxiety? I can see how this is related to your concept of hyperhumanism, Carl, but I'd love to sort of see, or at least hear what Ebert's thinking about. Well, how does this relate to status anxiety? Is it that we don't have any? Is it that we've lost any mechanisms to relate status to care for the sick and the elderly, that we've lost all contact with that reality? Yeah, what do you think?
Well, I'd first bring it back to, my first principles of status and static drive, status anxiety, and all of that, which again are limits. And we're taught to disregard limit, and we're taught to think that we can live wherever we want, and we can colonize any exterior and make it our interior. And so my own family is thereby a diaspora. I'm like, I'm going to move to New Orleans. My dad's like, I'm going to move to Colorado. My mom's like, I'm going to stay in LA. And all of a sudden, you get to the end of life where shit gets real, and you now have this atomized family with a bunch of separate interiors, with no thought for a collective interior, So there is something to a geographical, topological sense of interiority, which takes the long view, and is not simply a sort of, again, a selfish drive to continue to colonize, for lack of a better word, but to interiorize exteriors. Yes, you can go live anywhere. Yes, you can go do whatever you want, so long as you don't encounter hardship. But then again, you're in a human body, and there you are, and you start to get old. And now my dad is in Rico, Colorado, which is extremely remote. It's a town of 200. His wife was the mayor. It is nowhere near any care. And so they have this little interior, this little lacuna, this little world, this vibe, and they're like, this is our vibe. We're not leaving this vibe. And convincing him even to let a caretaker into the interior to live downstairs, he's like, no. This is xenophobic, even to like a caretaker living in the interior. Meanwhile, he can't walk, he can't get down the stairs. He needs all sorts of help. He pees into a bucket. You know what I mean? Like shit is real. The last 8 hours I spent with him, he was spitting up blood clots for 8 straight hours into a piece of Tupperware. And we were just having this conversation. It was like a extremely morbid play. It was something else. But anyway, because we disregard these sort of communal interiors, and every time I think of interior, I think it's very Western to interpret the notion of interior as an individualistic interior, but it's actually a completely universal notion, because tribes are interiors, states are interiors, religions are interiors. There's a whole community is an interior. The idea of a community is an interior. And so when I think about, status, it's very difficult in my Western mind to even make the switch from status as my own status to status as a collective status that I enjoy vis-a-vis some intersubjective designation or locality. I don't particularly have that. I know that that's, for instance, what you're trying to do, Cadell. When I come to Philosophy Portal, I feel a sense of interiority. You're going to this festival in a day, or whatever it is, or the Dark Renaissance thing, and that's going to be a bit of an interior that you guys are trying to develop. And there's all these attempts to try and reestablish interiors that feel like they're at Dunbar's cap, that feel like they have some intimacy to them. But the way my family broke up, it pretended that there was no such necessity. And so now all of a sudden I'm having to do these outrageous travels to try and get to this remote town to take care of him, and then tap my sister out and she comes in and she takes care of him, and so on and so forth. So yeah, I don't know, it's a rambling response, but it is related on a level.
No, I mean, I think that's I think you did ramble to the point of this distinction between individual and collective status. That it's hard to feel a sense of collective status that is somewhat stable. I mean, even with trying to create something like Philosophy Portal, I'm not sure how many people feel that interiority with the same depth or intensity that I might, or something like that. At the same time, with this is thinking about this in the context of the breakdown of institutions. It's like institutions were the way in which we established some sort of collective status. I recalled last night in the Real Talk, Carl, you said to me, even though you were shooting for tenure, when you get tenure, it doesn't feel that great. So there's this idea that, collective institutional identification is itself kind of becoming an empty shell, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely. And the death of academia, I mean, we've been talking about it a while, but now with AI, I mean, it's just a question of time, right? I mean, how long is it gonna take? I mean, I think what universities do represent, and I'm amazed that so many students still go to university, is the commons, right? It's the being together, and it's that 3 or 4 years of time where you just have that designated time to go into the long form thinking. And as I think we talked about, it's like we're living in the ADHD culture, because we only manufacture short sized bites of information, and that's just a terrible feedback loop, a self-fulfilling prophecy. And what you represent, Cadell, with Philosophy Portal, are these ginormous, mammoth, long-form pieces where people do have time to sit and contemplate and to be human, and instead of being these transhumans. And I think that's the difference, right? The transhuman is already fully here. The hyperhuman is still very much a North Star. It's still maybe never possible to become hyperhuman, especially in the systems that we're embedded within. I think that's why I talk about, the hyperhuman as the overman, as opposed to the transhuman being, the last man. I think that it's like we're all totally hijacked by our technologies. My phone smashed, and suddenly I've got away from it because I haven't replaced the screen. I've just I'm plugging a mouse into my phone and acting in a very analog way, and it's a hyperhuman way of approaching my use of technology. And I think that's exactly the hacks that we need. But not many people. I'm trying to create a behavior by walking around with a ginormous trackball attached to my phone, and I hope some people get it. And I actually encourage people to use it and say, try it out. You'll get addicted to this. But it's a barrier to entry. Well, I think what's really crucial is we need this sort of intergenerational thinking. We need to create projects that we're happy to understand that we're not going to finish them in our lifetimes and still pursue them. I think that's the key thing. It's the cult of the individual. It's all about how big can I get? But it's a cul-de-sac. It's a dead end, and that's exactly what Ebert's talking about with this hyper interiority.
Yeah, I think this is I'm very sympathetic to the idea of intergenerational thinking. I'm actually in the book that I was going to, I mean, maybe I will publish it one day, but in the book I had been working on with Bard, the the single, let's say, central thesis of at least the first chapter was that there's been a general breakdown of the child-elder link. Like, and we can think of the child-elder link in whatever, you could fill in that child-elder link with various categories, right? Like teacher-student, father-son, grandparents and grandchildren. And you could go on and on and on. But just this idea that intergenerational thinking and intergenerational projects, to me, is the most general way of thinking about the breakdown we're experiencing. So that does go into a lot of my thinking when I'm planning things with Philosophy Portal. Like, I would like to, for example, create a professorship where people come to the portal and older men and women are respected and like they're thought leaders. And then there's like guys in their 20s who need to go through a sort of initiation as a student, right? And that we get sort of these mechanisms functioning, because if we don't get those mechanisms functioning, and if we don't have sort of mutual respect for, I'm not saying, we need to absolutize someone has a doctorate and someone doesn't have a doctorate or something like that. Just the fact that academia is breaking down, I already sense that these things don't mean what they used to, right? And I don't think that those things should be used as sort of those things certainly shouldn't be weaponized for status above or over or anything like that. But at the same time, it seems so fundamentally human to have some sort of relationship between the generations. And how we codify that and how we represent that and how we embody that in our thinking and our projects seems to me to be fundamental. I have some ideas here that I've been trying to work through about, like, most generally, I mean, they do bring me to sort of Christian territory in the sense of this idea that the link between the Father and the Son is essential. There's this idea in Trinitarian thinking that the link between the Father and the Son is necessary for the Holy Spirit. And one of my, and really it's like a fundamental sort of pain is that my feeling throughout all of my academic, intellectual development growth is that there's no meaningful link between the Father and the Son. And when I say father and son, I mean that in the most general sense. Like, again, it could be like a doctoral supervisor and the student, some link that brings you, that gives the father, like the father gets a sense of the future, because by investing in the son, he can see something that will exist beyond his life. But the son also has a meaningful investment in the future because there's someone older, more experienced, wiser, helping him through the hurdles that he can't see in his youth and his inexperience. These things are the things that are coming to my mind when you guys are talking about communal interiors and when you're talking about the hyperhuman. Does that make sense to you, Ebert? Does it make sense in artistic context?
Yeah, I mean, probably the my greatest source of inspiration, probably over my lifetime, was not my mother's encouragement, but my father's absolute blockade and asshole-ish prevention and thwarting. His presenting himself as a bar to my own enjoyment, to my own self-satisfaction, to my own intelligence. When I was 13, he wanted to send me off to basically like a trade school. because he said I wasn't smart. He was always being this giant absolute no that I would have to either succumb to or overcome. When we think about initiation, or we think about bars, or we think about interiorizing or creating hierarchies within an interior, within a tribe, it's, when we think about status, status is a standing still. It's a static, fixed thing for a reason. And the idea that, you know, recipes are there to be modulated, laws are there to be broken, elders are there to be overcome, in my view. Like, sure, we can have elders that you're always respecting, but in some sense, we need something to overcome. We need a father to overcome. We need a father to kill. And if we don't have a father who's there to kill, we'll look anywhere else to find fathers to kill. And I think that's what you see right now in culture. You have no intergenerational barriers. So you have no initiations, no sort of institutional initiations. And so we self-initiate everywhere we look. I mean, that's why I felt like I had to go do heroin, because I had no death initiation, for instance. Like I know now, because of the way that I ended up getting sober, I know now that the reason I had to go do heroin is because I felt like I needed a death initiation, but there was none. So unconsciously or subconsciously, I needed to create a hardship to overcome, because otherwise I didn't feel like I was being ingressed into life or into adulthood. So when we think about, well, we should have adults, but it should be chill, and, you know, and we should have intergenerational, but they should be pliant, and it should be sort of chill, and everything should get along. I kind of disagree. I think there should be quite a bit of brittleness, because without brittleness, you can't break anything. And so that with regard to status, we need to embrace the idea of being initiates, and thereby requiring things to break through and into. And so that as an adult, you play the role of a piece of status that can be transgressed. And I think that's the move that people can't grok. It's like, you mean I'm supposed to be an adult figure or a figure of authority that's supposed to be transgressed? How do you compute that in your brain? But that is the ultimate teacher. The teacher who is there to break you, but knows internally that the student is there to break them. And I like that mapping, and I think that, you know, we've been losing that in this sort of coddling of society, and I think we're actually depriving our kids of the ability to lionize and valorize themselves by assenting through us, as opposed to entreating them along the path.
I think this is really crucial. And I just want to emphasize that I think in the past, there was sort of a logical necessity for us to be in groups. And so this dynamic between the older generation and the younger generation, and the older generation representing some sort of authority, with the younger generation then transgressing them, just sort of played itself out as the unconscious. And you know, and then Freud was like, you know, this whole killing the father thing, it's pretty fundamental, it's pretty universal. Like, you know, every generation wants to kill the father. And I think that now the problem is because there's not sort of an a priori logical necessity necessarily for us to stay within a certain fixed communal group. We can sort of move from group to group to group to group, right? It can be here. I can be at Philosophy Portal one day. I could be at another group the next day, another group the next day, another group the next. That adults also have this idea. Why would I put myself in a situation where I'm going to have younger people disrespect and kill me? Like, why am I putting up with that? Like, why wouldn't I just move over? Why wouldn't I just create more distance between me and those people trying to kill me? Right? Like, what's the necessity? Like, what's the necessity to and I think that in, I know this came up a little bit in the Real Talk as well, Ebert, is, young kids today finding Christianity to be transgressive. Maybe young kids today finding Christianity transgressive is that it's a father that they can kill. Like, at least with Christianity, there's a father figure. It all revolves around the father. I can like really believe in it, and then I can kill it. Right? So if the culture isn't going to give me the father to kill, then I could identify with Christianity and kill that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, at the moment, the white man is the father, the cultural father figure, at least for woke. And they need, and again, you look anywhere for this figure to be able to transgress. And on the left, it's like, the blue cathedral or something. I mean, on the right, it's the blue, dominating ideology. On the left, it's woke, right? The right believes woke is the institution. Woke believes the white man is the institution. It's this almost mirror parallel. But you see what happens when you don't have a rubric that's intentionally set up where you have a sort of domineering father figure. You end up just sort of like spraying that need in any direction, and whatever sticks, and then that's your new father figure. And it's interesting because the father figure becomes the scapegoat. There's a correspondence then, if you don't have the structure where the father figure is the scapegoat. So yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah,
and of course,
think
father. I just want to say quickly that father figure as scapegoat is based on this idea that we have this fantasy of the father who enjoys too much, right? So whoever it is that's perceived as enjoying too much becomes the figure that you scapegoat, right? So like the white man enjoys too much, right? So we kill,
Is that not a hyperhumanist impulse, that enjoyment is somehow to be dismantled?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's you only know what you are when you're broken, right? And I think that's the key. It's like, my dad had a very similar journey to you, in the sense that he cut me off at 12. He said, "That's it. My dad cut me off at 12. I'm cutting you off at 12." And I was like, "Wow, you only give me 50p a week." And but I'd saved up enough 50p's to sort of buy a Beatles record, and then I sold that Beatles record to the Japanese for like 10 times the price, and that allowed me to buy a Jean-Michel Jarre cassette of Music for Supermarkets, which was an album he released, and it was sold for charity, but it was played once on Luxembourg radio. And then I had this pre-eBay, so I sold copies of that tape for £12 and got 500 orders, and I was 12, so I made £6,000 in like 1984. And Jean-Michel Jarre actually called me up and said, "Could you stop making these shitty quality tapes?" And my dad was furious. He was like, "Are you in competition with me?" He was dismayed. And I was like, "This is perfect." It's like, but exactly the point that you need these challenges, and you need to dismantle the pleasure principle, because it's so shallow. I think we're here. We can only really, I was going to say suffer so much pleasure, but it's so little pleasure is possible, and so much pain is available. And I think that as soon as we get used to that, that's the hyperhuman understanding that you're gonna have that. And I think and it's this zone of proximal development, right? You need to be pushed further into the complexity of pain. You need to sort of, and I think it's true. A sign of success is a relaxed nervous system, but you need to be relaxing into the pain, relaxing into the suffering, and not running away from it.
It seems to me at the moment there's I'm just thinking about movements I'm not only sympathetic to, but somewhat involved in, and yet what I see in most of the culture of I guess I call it activism is almost like an unconscious drive toward the desire to experience pain, and it's almost like we transpose the pain of others, let's say it's Palestinian, onto ourselves, and we want to experience, not that we want to, but we have an impulse to experience a proximal pain, or they're sort of our pain proxy, and we get to experience, and we really dive into it, but the relaxation isn't there at all, because there's no guiding sort of like rhetoric with regard to pain. And we certainly don't want to admit that the object of our pain, let's say it's the Palestinian, is there as a proxy for our own necessity of pain, because we want to say, no, it's about that person, it's about those people, it's not about me, it's about them. But if we only understood that what we're drawn to and what we attend to has so much to do with actually what we desire to experience and what we feel like we need to experience, even on an unconscious level, that we'll use sort of objects of pain as proxies to experience pain for ourselves. And yet, if we can't relax into that pain, do we ever actually learn from the pain as a process, as opposed to just looking around for objects of pain to sort of approximate the experience of others? I think about that a lot, because I see so many of my friends getting sucked into an internal process of turmoil that is never resolving. And it's not that it should resolve before the event resolves. It's not like you should you should resolve your internal pain before the Palestinian is free. Then all of a sudden you'd be I don't know. It's like, my pain can only be resolved once they're free. Oh, now there's another object of pain. So now I'm going to experience their pain. And this pain chasing obviously says something about the internal necessity of the subject who's experiencing the pain proximally, who isn't the actual object of the pain. And yet, is there some way that we can work with that pain that is more radically effective and creates more of an effect here on Earth, as opposed to this sort of wind up? Anyway, I'm just curious how you think of that in the context of hyperhumanism.
Yeah, great question. I think it's about it's like we're either just chasing our tail and constantly seeking the next altered state, or we're actually integrating and like you say, going for these altered traits. You know, we're actually looking for lasting change, and I think that that's exactly what you're referring to with these proxies of pain, is that it's the same with drugs, right? We're just jumping to the next hit and not really creating these recipes for consciousness augmentation where we're really like, yeah, just, I mean, it's, for me, hyperhumanism is all about human flourishing, and human flourishing may not appear to be what it says on the tin, as of what we understand it to be. You know, I think that's the investigation, and it's multi-generational. I think that these things, you know, we've been trying for a long time to understand them, but I think we're, you know, the way technology is pushing us now, and the way we're suddenly giving our creativity to the machine and making the machine the poet while we become the slaves. You know, I think these are the things that will really make us question our humanity, and why we're involved in this project.
I want to thank you for like that new perspective of seeing the rise of the Palestinian protests, specifically among sort of the woke crowd. and the weird, dynamics that appear there. I had never thought about it in the context of people that are probably insulating themselves from pain to such a degree, and sort of even in like a privileged pleasure position, and sort of using this decentered pain object as a kind of catharsis for their own ability to process internal pain.
That's a great way. That last line, if you could isolate that last line,
we get a clip of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's true, isn't it? It's remarkable the way people become so effectively, and let's not forget the dimension of this that is so, I guess, Baudrillardian, in the sense that it's algorithmically determined by these virtual surfaces, and sort of being able, like, there are Twitter accounts where you can see new horrors every moment, and like people are like retweeting these like crazy, like every moment you can see new brutal horrors that most people never would have seen 100 years ago. And by extension, I think we can say that about the internet in general, whether it's about the type of sexuality that you can view at any moment, or whether it's the level of social complexities and otherness that you can interact with at any moment. There are so many ways for us to interact with pain in a decentered way. There's so many ways for us to escape our pain. The screen is so ever present, always there, always tugging on us or pulling us extimately, I think. And this brings me to actually thinking about something that came up in the ACRI conference with Russell Spriglia's talk on the extimate object from inner space being this thing which is closest to us but perceived as this tremendous virtual externality, is that we're all sort of disturbed by these extimate objects, whether it's the Palestinian catastrophe or something else, but something to project on. And I don't know, where the long-term consequences of this process lead. Does it, there's this idea that William Blake has that the road to enlightenment or the road to wisdom is paved by excess. Does this eventually lead to enlightenment, us sort of exposing ourselves to this horror through a virtual surface? I'm not sure. But at the end of the day, coming back to thinking about this relationship between pleasure and pain, I can't help but bring it back to the idea that in Christianity, the central symbol is a man in pain. Like if you go to any church, it's a man on a cross, right? Like and that's the thing is, like, and I forget who brought it up. I think David Pasty brought it up, who will be on the live stream. He'll be joining us in 15 minutes. But David brought up, Christianity isn't necessarily about the resurrection. Christianity is about the cross. At the center of any church, you usually don't see the risen Jesus. You see the Jesus nailed to the cross. And I don't think that's a mistake.
I mean, it certainly has its influence. I think it has its influence in everything we're speaking about, the lionization of oppression, of struggle clusters. We simply don't, and even my desire to, become a heroin addict and rip myself from the comfort of upper middle class life. We seek out, and I don't know if it's because I hesitate to put that much emphasis on the image of the cross, but it could be the reason. Certainly narratives like that are, I mean, the narrative of Christ had a very big impact on me as a kid. It was like Spider-Man, Superman, Batman, Jesus. Like those were my superheroes, and those are who I wanted to be. I didn't differentiate because I had coloring books that were like coloring in Jesus. So I just thought he was another superhero that had like a really strong following. You know what I mean? And I wanted to be, you know, like Jesus' sidekick, or Superman, Spider-Man's sidekick. And but I understood the, I mean, think about all of those superheroes. You know, they have to be alone. They have to forsake love. They can't be with anyone. There's always this quality of sacrifice that we're told that the hero has to embody. And yeah, but anyway, I just think that all of the struggle clusters and so on are, you know, that's what's at the heart to me of mimesis and mimetic theory that isn't explicit enough, which is that yes, we want to be like everyone else, kind of, but what we really want is to not be like anyone else, in that we want to create asymmetries, social asymmetries, that tell a story of our own struggle. We want to be able to point to ourselves and say, I struggled. And when I was in AA, the only people anyone ever wanted to talk to or wanted to hear from were the people who struggled most. They're the superstars. You don't get someone to speak at an AA meeting who's like, I smoked weed for 2 weeks. It was really tough. No one cares. They want to hear about the guy who fucking jacked a bunch of heroin and then robbed a bunch of Ralph supermarkets and then fucking ended up in San Quentin, and Danny Trejo was his bunkmate or whatever, who was that. And that story that I just told was my sponsor, and I idolized him. Everyone did, because he had the craziest story and he survived the most. I mean, it's the allure is survivor. I'm a survivor. All the songs you think about surviving and what I've been through and so on. It's just baked into our blood that the people, rags to riches. It's not riches to riches. We don't care about that story. We care about rags to riches, or even riches to rags is interesting. As long as struggle is involved, we'll listen, but otherwise we don't care. You know, and that's fascinating.
It really is. I was just thinking, you know what I was thinking? It is actually an image from your freak Q theory came to mind about what if we could represent in the freak Q theory the middle class. Would it just be this flat line? Would it just be death? Would it just be, you know, and then could we represent in the freak Q theory rags to riches?
Oh, absolutely.
You know, like that's what we're interested in.
Yeah. You need the oscillation. If you just live your life in that flat line, I mean, you know, that's the scariest. It's still to me the scariest notion. You know, it's like being just content. It's like, oh fuck. But I can be content having not, like these days. I'm like, oh, I can be content because I was oscillating so much. So it's like I'm having deja vu right now, by the way. But like, I think just having a story of struggle allows you almost to relax. But if you don't have that story of struggle, you've almost not done anything here. You've not existed. And that may relate back to Christianity. But you know, Buddha was a prince who forsaked everything and went off to live alone. I mean, there's always this
a struggle story.
Yeah, it's again a struggle story. They're all sort of. If they weren't struggle stories, I don't even know if we could qualify them as stories. There seems to be something about narrative itself which requires an obstacle.
It makes me wonder what the new struggle stories will be when we start to technologize drugs. You know, like what we're seeing now is like DMT extended, or you know, 5-MeO DMT extended, where you can sort of stay in the Godhead, you know, be in the light indefinitely, and it's really good for you. You know, that's the paradox, that it's extremely good for you, and it's, you know, neurogenesis as opposed to alcohol, which is, you know, you're literally pissing out your own brain. So I think the key thing is like, yeah, I mean, you're right, Ebert. It's the struggle stories. It's the people that have suffered the most. But now it's going to it'd probably be some sort of new Big Brother where we watch people in the DMT trips, because we'll be able to record dreams, we'll be able to record trips and see what people are doing inside their subconscious. And you know, I'm really fascinated by the prospect of, like, say if we are in a DMT trip for a month, we'll learn to fall asleep inside the DMT trip, and then we'll have this kind of inception where we'll really try and, you know, explore how deep the rabbit hole goes, you know. And but for me, it's all about how do we show our humanity in the worst circumstances. So maybe that will be the new worst circumstance, this sort of torture chamber of being in hyperspace. And we you know, Cadell's already linked together the Neuralink with the DMT extended state, you know, that maybe these things are, you know, congruent.
I think there are two ways of expressing, you know, and correct me if I'm using this wrong, Ebert, but to me there are two ways of expressing what Ebert's calling the absolute or the static drive as an absolute interior, because I think both the DMT drip feed and the Neuralink are doing that, like precisely. They're creating an absolute interior where you can escape from any exterior. Right? Like that's what's going on. Like, and so like whether you get there through psychedelics or whether you get there through technology, whether we do it through shamanic ceremony, or whether we doing it through going to the 2035 Apple store and having our brains plugged into some hyper machine, it's the same basic pattern. It's the same basic motion going on there.
Absolutely. Also, though, of course, you know, being in it's a phenomenon. You know, this is phenomenology. So, being in a church and in the middle of the reverie and feeling like you're in a true interior, and everything's been drummed up, and the pastor and everyone's feeling it, and everyone's, you know, feeling the Holy Spirit, that's an absolute interior. If you take that home, you feel like I'm in Christianity and I'm a fundamentalist and that's all there is. That's an absolute interior. It's not exclusive to the individual or to the individualistic experience. It's again this beautiful thing. It's the state of awe, but it's also the state of awful. And I think that's what we're always tarrying with and dealing with. I think is that, you know, the very thing which we're saying is wrong is also in another context, if you break it down to first principles, right. But then that's, you know, it's neither here nor there. It's just that it's about the dialectic between those static states and then the very process which is supposed to produce them, or which does produce them. And then once they're produced, do we stay in it and keep it and boundary everything so that it can never be shook? And we stay on that DMT drip and we're like, no, I don't want anything other than this. I don't want any oscillation. I don't want negation of self. I don't want positivization. I don't want thesis, antithesis. I just want straight up sublation all day long, never leave. And is that living? And what is that? And it's a fundamentalist sort of state of mind. So I guess, you know, the only thing I always then think is like, well, then am I lionizing or valorizing the dialectic too much? Because, for instance, what's wrong with, for instance, just being middle class? What's wrong with just stopping the struggle? Is struggle a fetish? Is the very idea of self-relating negativity a fetishization of process? Can I not just chill? Can I not just chill? What's wrong with me? So I don't know that one or the other can be valorized above the other. I think process and sublation, the static and the movement, are just part of the same thing, and that they're always there lurking beneath everything we're looking at.
I'll let you pick that up, Carl.
Yeah, I think what the vision is for this is, that the state will stabilize, that we'll be able to have these curated trips where we'll be able to say you're coming across an entity in the DMT space, and suddenly you need more of the DMT to get greater resolution on the entity, just as you're meeting the entity, and you'll be able to relay that information. You're still kind of present, right? Your ego is still solid, so you're able to have these kind of testing methods for testing the membrane, because maybe there is this parallel reality that we'll suddenly be able to prove. I mean, they're already like mapping out the space right there. There's the lexicon where they're literally saying, have you been to this part of the DMT realm? Have you been here? We'll be having joint experiences where 6 of us will go in at once. I mean, we're getting funding from SETI. Instead of search for extraterrestrial life, it's search for inner life, and maybe it will be fruitful, but maybe also it will just prove that we have these extraordinary imaginations, and these things are, just the figments of your imagination. But one way or another, it's going to happen. And I think you're now seeing theaters giving trigger warnings on scenes that are coming up that are disturbing. There's a whole debate in London. Should we have trigger warnings in theaters? Of course we shouldn't. It destroys theater, right? It destroys the whole point of being in the bloody theater.
Imagine right in between a Shakespeare play. Like like a classic Shakespeare play. You said like trigger warning.
Exactly what is happening in Shakespeare,
Isn't that funny? The erasure of struggle is the struggle for whoever's trying to erase the struggle of being in the theater. Like, oh, I don't want to struggle when I watch something, and that's my struggle. To erase the struggle is my struggle. And what's the end game of that particular struggle? Because again, people aren't willing to look at themselves and be like, the reason I'm looking anywhere for struggle is struggle itself. It's not the object of my struggle so much as it is struggle. It is a proxy, or it is a mechanism for me to struggle. And no one wants to admit that because it sounds so cynical. But if narrative, and if we view our lives as narratives, which we all do, especially in the cinematic age, but before then, then all we're going to, then what we are going to require first and foremost is an obstacle. And we'll look anywhere we can for them. And as we continually solve obstacles, we're going to have to begin to invent or manufacture them. And and until people can face this, that process will just go on indefinitely. And it will be interesting to see what sort of struggles are invented. I mean, we're going to have to get really creative pretty soon.
Oh my goodness. I mean, it seems, but it does seem to me at the same time, like if we do, and this is maybe the job of philosophy, if we can, and a philosophy that's informed by psychoanalysis, because to me, if the death drive is true, that we basically like to, let's frame it as like the death drive as we want to repeat undesirable situations. We want to repeat situations where there's obstacles. We enjoy that tension. Then certainly there's a better way to do it than, for example, our struggle being that we like sitting in a movie theater without trigger warnings, or getting off on sort of the conflicts on the other side of the planet through Twitter updates or Instagram updates. Like I'm trying to say is like, when you're saying, Ebert, we're going to have to get creative with inventing struggles, I would argue that there are real struggles. And like, I think the stakes here is our capacity to identify what are the real struggles. What are the things worth actually struggling for? Like, can we get better with struggling? Like, I would say, like, these are the stakes.
You know, it's funny that the things that are being chosen to struggle against, you know, for instance, the displacement of systematic thought for, you know, in terms of like an analysis of whiteness, which was previously a very systematic thought, a system-oriented thought, to no, it's an essentialized thought. It's actually about the white people. So if we replace the white people at top, and what that, you know, if we make the ruling class multicultural, that's the new object as opposed of the game, as opposed to changing the game itself. All that to say that the changing, when we think about what the hell is that noise? When we think about what are the actual the things that we focus on that are worth our consideration for struggle. Oh my God. There's like a Roomba vacuum machine. Talk about like technology that's just gone past its due date. Like it's just too much technology. You know, the doors that like they'll open only for themselves, or the window where you have to, if you just touch the window, it goes all the way down. And then you're like, no, I just wanted a little bit. And you can't figure out how to get it to just crack open. Anyway, so we don't want to change the big things. We don't want actual change. We don't want systemic change. We don't want a game change because it's too difficult. It's too much to think about. We just want to change. Like we want to point our fingers. We want to be able to point our fingers at something. So if you point the finger at the system, it's almost impossible to change it. That's why the idea of communism becomes almost an impossibility that has to arise out of the exhaustion of capitalism as opposed to a turning to communism, because it's systematic change or systematic struggle narratively is faceless, and it's narratively not as compelling. It's narratively difficult, and we seem to prefer being able to point at an actual face, at an actual person, whether it's a white person or the yellow person or this person or that person. It doesn't really matter, so long as there is something tangible about it, like it's a theater's fault, or it's a this. But if we talked about like the entire underlying structure of the entire thing, like the, you know, we prefer superstructural, to bring in Marx, like we prefer superstructural sort of cosmetic changes as opposed to structural, you know, economic changes. And that's always disturbed the hell out of me, because it basically makes the game of change very inconsequential and sort of like superficial and annoying. Of course, the superstructural can affect the structural, but so far it hasn't. And I've never really seen any indication or any even historical example of the superstructural really changing the structural. So yeah, it's annoying.
I'm just going to bring on some of the guests for our next 2 hours, but I'm really encouraging both of you to stay and keep the conversation going as long as you want to stay. So I'm going to bring on David. Welcome, David. And Yuri, welcome.
Hi, everyone.
I don't know how much of the conversation you guys have caught, but I think David, you've been there for most of the time. I'm not sure what's coming to your mind. Welcome, both of you.
Yeah, like I was really like touched by this reference that Carl was making to this movie that is now in the theaters about the Nazi being a bourgeois family just like near the Auschwitz camp and just going on with their lives. Like ignoring the atrocities that were perpetrated just next door. And it reminds me like a famous statement, I think that was made by Horkheimer, that after the Holocaust, you can't have culture anymore. That a poem, you can't write a poem anymore after the Holocaust, because a lot of Nazi were very cultural people. They were like listening to Beethoven. They were like truly acculturated people, like that within at this, but at the same time they were able to do these atrocities. And so you really feel that it's like a turning point, the Holocaust, because culture becomes impotent to create change in a way. And so I think that our task, and I think it's the task of also Philosophy Portal in a way, is to reinvent culture in a way that is able to really have systematic change in a way, so that it can deal with this level that has been created by the Holocaust. You know, we need to upgrade ourselves in a way that we can really fight, because, you know, capitalism is a kind of persecution of Nazism in many sort. And so like I think that the way to go is and this is my criticism to Carl, I'm provoking Carl in a way like that. I think that it's not a coming back to humanism in a way, but it's a coming back to the inhuman core of human beings. And I think that is like, if we manage, and maybe hyperhumanism is that project. It's that kind of project to like challenge the limit of what we've considered human so far. And I think maybe it's just a misunderstanding, but like pushing the limits to these extreme experiences, like near-death experiences or DMT, but it's not. I think you can fight this technology dictatorship we are living in, not by resisting to it, but by like really go over it, like embracing it, like really get even more technological, being more inhuman. And that's the way how we can write poems again. Like, that's the way how we can be, you know, save culture in a way. We need inhuman culture in a way to really tackle these challenges. And I really appreciated also the intimate sharing of Eden, like about his father that is like passing away. And it's really, I think it's connected with this. And like, because I think that there are three main limits of humanitarianism, like humanism, let's call it humanism, which is death, birth, and craziness. These are the three limits of human experience, if you think about it, because we came to this world at a certain point. We were born, but we don't remember how we get here. And at a certain point, we are thrown in it, and we are here. But what happened before? You know, like it's a limit of the experience, and no one can tell you that. And that's why I think Lacan says that the real has a structure of a fiction, because it is pure it's pure imagination, that level of the real, from where we came from when we were born. We are thrown there, and we could talk about Heidegger and stuff like that. And the other thing is death, right? No one experienced death. No one can tell you what there is beyond death. And it's a limit of our experience there too, like birth. And someone is always someone else telling you what death is. But and the same thing with craziness, right? Like, you are crazy, and it's always someone else telling you you are crazy. But the inner experience of craziness is extreme logic. It's just like going into this tunnel of being completely what I try to say is like craziness has its own logic, and that's exactly what craziness is, because you follow that logic to the end. And so I think like that to reimagine humanity is to deal with these three kind of dimensions of death, birth, and craziness. And maybe, like what hyperhumanism is, and also this dialectics with the interior and exterior that Alex is talking about. It's also about this thing. So this was what came to mind by the previous discussion you guys had.
Thanks so much, David. That's a crazy rupture that I think welcomes us into the second part of this, and it's very much welcomed. I also want to welcome Yuri, Elliot, and Rebecca, who are joining us for the next 2 hours. Welcome, guys. So what do you guys think? I mean, I think that's actually a fantastic place to start. Death, birth, and craziness as three important signifiers to think through. And we can think about them in the context of community, or we can think about them in the context of communism, however we want to approach this. But it does connect actually to where we started, because Ebert started us off by reflecting on how towards, like, for example, end-of-life care, we've created a society where we don't have structures to support end-of-life care. And even Carl made the link that maybe we need to have, hospice care and nursery care linked. So like linking birth and death, I guess that's the thing is, do we need to really fully take on these three main limits of humanity, birth, death, and craziness, to get out of the fantasies of immortality, to get out of the fantasies of limitlessness? Elliot, why don't you jump in?
I was going to say, in terms of one of the fantasies of communism, since this is Communism Month, is these kind of human projects. So the first thing that comes to mind when you said linking hospice care with birth, I feel like this is the potential of communism, these extreme kind of avant-garde projects that can go extremely wrong. But I think that's just a generally interesting idea. I think that's the kind of level you should try to think on. If you're even going to think communism in the 21st century, in the time of China or post-Soviet, you might as well think these kind of bigger conceptual ideas. This is why like left accelerationism is the tendency that thinks these kind of big future full automation projects, even though there's some critiques of it. I like that they're still kind of thinking at this large scale. So yeah.
I mean, it is, when you do think of the way communism was done in the 20th century, maybe there wasn't enough acceptance of the constitutive madness of humanity and some of these extreme limit points of humanity as fundamental to the project. Not sure if anyone else wants to add to that. Yuri, any thoughts to that on that point?
Yeah. For me, the first thing which comes to mind when we talk about what are the capacities necessary to organize society in a different way, right? Because we're not only talking about, we've learned we cannot just say, oh, we'll organize society differently and do it, because it's going to fail. And so now we're having a conversation, what are the capacities necessary in order to organize ourselves differently? And And here the question becomes, even if we can spec out, those capacities, can people actually learn those capacities, right? And so actually, I think we're having an aristocratic conversation where we're talking about a society which deals with all of these things, a society which, has the potential to embrace death, birth, madness, etc. Yet, can most people embrace it? Can you just ask people to embrace it? Probably not. So we're just talking actually about some kind of like aristocratic commune. That's the best thing this can be. And so for me, if you want to think large scale change, you have to think in terms of how can we organize disavowal? How can we organize excess? How can we organize jouissance in a way that is functional, right? And in a sense, you could say that Girardian mimetic theory talks about this. In a way, okay, there are these base structural ways of behaving in the world that we have, and then there are mechanisms which we use in order to deal with them, so it doesn't bring up complete, structurelessness or tyranny. And so I think this is the task of religion, actually, is to channel these neuroses in a way such that we don't all kill each other, right? And so creating a new society, for me, is something where maybe the aristocratic elite does embrace the negativities, etc., but it is definitely not something which can be so matter of fact accepted from everyone else. And if we want to talk about these new capacities and talk about it in a sense where, okay, everyone can get this new capacity, or if everyone had it, right? Then we really need to go back in history and try to find examples where people have made some type of phase shift in developing a new capacity, in order so that we're not just, fantasizing here about, blah, 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 blah. Yeah.
I like the idea that you're saying this is a bourgeois conversation. There is something bourgeois to it in the sense that there's this searching for a big other, right? Like a society that could handle the negativities.
Yeah. And
asking for people to accept the madness of the situation.
There's
Sorry.
Mind if I continue?
Yes.
Yeah, let Yuri finish, and then you can go, David.
Yeah.
There's a funny shift which happened to me, and it's hard to describe, but it's something like going from how do I fix society so that it's better, right? This top-down thinking, to what is the current state of society, asking that question, because there is more that I don't know. And so gaining more knowledge and understanding will actually make me stop asking the top-down question, because there are a million different mechanisms which go into play here. And I cannot just fantasize about a new big other, but I have all these pre-existing determinations which I'm not even yet aware of. I have to let them change the way I think about society before attempting to postulate a big other.
Do you want to respond to that, David, or
Yeah, for sure. First thing comes to mind is bourgeois class is the new revolutionary class. I don't agree with the fact that bourgeois class is that flat line, as you said, Kader, before. I think about the Arab Spring that took place a few years ago, and it was triggered by Julian Assange, the Arab Spring. So think about Julian Assange and what he did. Like one person, one organization really provoked a systemical change in society. And that's why he ended up now where he is, okay? Because he was really dangerous to the system and they locked him down. And this connects with the discourse we were having before, you were having before in the previous talk about the role of the father, I think. Because bourgeois has this figure, classically, has this patriarchal, let's say, family structure where the father is the one that says no to the son. No, you can't do this, you can't do that. No, no, he's the one that disciplines the child by setting up prohibitions. And those prohibitions make the child desire those prohibitions. It's a tricky game, and it's a game. And the child learns to desire in that way. And we are losing this. We are in a society now that is so narcissistic and matriarchal in a way. The father is not capable anymore to separate the mother from the child, which was the function of the name of the father, right? For Lacan, it's the main mission of the father is to create that separation so that the child develops his own desire. And I think like that, so defending bourgeois values and levels is revolutionary today. And this is not abstract talking about elitarian bourgeois people that are having a nice conversation to make them feel smart. So I'm having this. This is as like a practical, like, because I'm talking about this with my partner or my ex-partner about how to raise a child, you know, and I had conflict with my ex-wife about being like the father in these terms. Like, but she was shocked. She was like, no, you have to be the friend, you know. Now the father becomes the friend. And it becomes like the obscene father that Zizek talk about, like when the father that set up prohibition ceased to exist, then the obscene father comes out, and he is pervert, right? And basically the child grows up in full jouissance without first developing his capacity of desiring. And so they end up playing video games all the time, or take drugs in a very early age because they don't know. Okay, I think it's enough.
I think it's pretty profound. I think it's pretty profound. And one thing you can, you know, one way I think you could describe Lacan's écrit and psychoanalysis in general is asking the question, how do you become a father? Or what is the name of the father? You know, and one of the conversations I had recently with psychoanalyst Duane Roussel is that he was talking about how towards the end of Lacan's career, he started to speculate about how the name of the father was breaking down, and the symbolic in general was breaking down in sort of an onrush of an excessive jouissance. And I think that's really where our society is now. We're sort of drowning in an excessive jouissance, and the name of the father doesn't really work anymore. And I think the practical examples of like the DMT drip feed is like the example par excellence of like excessive jouissance. Right? But like the Neuralink is the same. It's like excessive jouissance runs over any prohibition. And that's where we're heading with technology, is that there's no capacity to say no. Right? Like, and like you see this, for example, that there's like the stereotypes, for example, of the tech billionaires not letting their children use the technology that our children use. Right? Like, so I think this question of limits, this question of no, this question of the symbolic father, this question of some prohibition function to separate us from an excessive jouissance, to set up a barrier, that's coming up for me strong in this conversation. Not sure, Rebecca, if you want to jump in, or if you have thoughts along these lines.
Yeah, I'm not sure where to go with that line of thought.
Okay.
I had a line of thought earlier, but it's kind of removed from where we are at the moment. Actually, all right, you know what? The DMT drip feed, this is like out of left field, but it really reminds me of this really bizarre story I found on Reddit at one point called the Interface series. I don't know if anyone has heard about this, but it's like there's a point in time in the story. I'm not going to give all the details because obviously it's a lot, but there's a point in time in the story where what's mentioned is this sort of like future period where people are hooked into these machines where they are like drip fed hallucinogenics, but also plugged into like virtual reality. And they have like really intense, and they're hooked into a web where you share experience, right? Like Neuralink sort of thing. And just share intense affective states and dreams and experiences, which sounds kind of a lot like this full jouissance kind of thing to some extent, kind of in a nightmarish kind of way, I feel. In the story, there's a character who's like just sort of like their hair is so overgrown, it's like they've become a cocoon of their own hair. And they have to be removed from it in such a way that they're just completely paralyzed outside of this like constant feed of stimulation. Definitely, like that speaks to this author. Obviously, is speaking to like a real state of things now, in some sense, right? Where you have this like constant overstimulated ADHD type culture. Yeah, like how do you remove someone from that in a way that allows them to like reintegrate into like, I don't know, a more a life with lack, right? A life with difficulty. Yeah, I don't know. That's where my mind goes from what you guys were saying.
I think that's super relevant, and I'm assuming there's a lot of people here who might want to respond to that. But this idea that you can be hooked up into, this idea that you're combining the drip feed of hallucinogens while hooked up to VR, to me is like the perfect.
And Neuralink.
Yeah.
And Neuralink.
And Neuralink is like the perfect example of I think where we're heading and what we need to sort of combat. In some sense, going in that direction, if that's indeed possible.
I just reminded of like very briefly. There's this kind of moment you see in movies where they yank out all the cords when they wake up in the hospital, or that immediately when you talk about all these drip feeds and plugs, I think of this moment. Like, I would not. There's no way I would not yank out the DMT drip.
Right.
That would be a lot.
In the story, people who are pulled out of this like end up trying to self-soothe the lack of stimulation by like just jerking off or whatever. Like they're just so deprived from being pulled out of it that they have to do something to kind of get back to that spot.
So is the real revolutionary act today lack? Like being able to do with lack?
Can't that too easily end up just being like, yes, we should be ascetic, right? We should go be, like I feel like that. No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say along all these lines, I was looking to rent a house in a little fancy part of this place called Ojai, which is about, it's north of Los Angeles, where all like the Los Angelites sort of go that think they're hippies, but it's very expensive. And my studio was up there, and we were recording an album, and I'm looking for a place, and I'm I have a budget, and I'm looking at all these giant places that are just a little outrageous, and then I find this really nice sort of cabin, but it's just as expensive, or actually it's more expensive than the really fancy places. And on the header it says internet free, da 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 da, and then it goes on to explain. Not free internet, internet free. It was more expensive. In the future, only the rich will be able to afford nothing. Only the rich will be able to afford a technological lack. It's just like how we go on, what do they call it? Digital detoxes, so for the rich. And the poor won't be able to get away from the net, from being linked in, from being digitized. Whereas I think that the bourgeois revolution, or the bourgeois, the people that will be like, oh, the revolution, to Cadell's point, is the revolution lack. Well, then in that case, it's definitely a bourgeois revolution. Because they're the only ones who will be able to afford lack. Because lack is going to be a fucking luxury. And I find that reversal very fascinating.
That's kind of already what it is, right?
Yeah.
To some extent, right? The whole like minimalist sort of scale down mentality is already like part of, I think, the wealthier sort of portion of society, their mindset.
Yeah, I was watching a documentary about the entrepreneurial success of Akon. You know, Akon, he was an R&B rap singer, but then he got into entrepreneurship, and he was hanging out with a bunch of like the tech billionaire guys, and he was showing up there like with chains and stuff like that on, and all the tech billionaires were there in like very plain clothes. And he was like, all the people who have billions, he was like shocked, like all the people with billions of dollars have, like they show lack. Like, but this was like I think this is already what it is. And I think, and on a deeper point about, you know, being able to afford digital detox, I think that's kind of already where we are. That's kind
but
of, what do you
if I can jump, oh, sorry.
Carl, is there anything you want to say to these points?
Yeah, I mean, love this thinking. I mean, I think that it's that idea that, you know, the poor will be forced to work in their dreams. You know, this will be the only space that's not yet co-opted. But because we'll be able to engineer lucid dreams, everyone will have lucid dreaming as the new sort of space. You'll be scanning things before you go into dreamland and working in your dreams. And I think that that's kind of, you already see that with the Japanese, like going on holiday now and like considering it work. They have such short windows, just like the Americans, such like 2 weeks holiday for the year, right? And so you don't even have time to look at what you're seeing. You take photos of it so you can see it when you get home. You know, that's already where we are with it with some parts of the world.
David, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I think like your question is very stimulating, but we need to understand what lack really means. And like when I prepared myself a little bit for this talking, I misunderstood the topic because you put it like the thing in itself, right, as the title. And I thought it was about the thing in itself. Instead, it was about communism. And you can write like an entire history of misunderstanding from a philosophical perspective. I think maybe Hegel misunderstood Kant, and he come up with his philosophy that changed the world. You know, like, but like, what is so like the thing in itself? You know, like I think it's crucial, this passage that Hegel makes, like that, like he moves the problem from a gnoseological dimension to an ontological dimension, because for Kant, the thing in itself, it couldn't be grasped because of the limitation of reason. And so when the reason tries to catch the thing in itself, it goes in antinomies, in paradoxical statements and contradiction. And the Hegelian move was to move this from gnosiological problem to an ontological problem and says, hey, the contradiction is in reality itself, and you can't overcome contradiction. You can just reconcile with it, and that's absolute knowledge, absolute knowing. And I read this recently in a paper of Zizek that talked about this, and the intuition of Zizek about this is incredible, because he says that in this move from a gnosiological problem to an ontological problem, sexualize reality. Reality becomes sexualized, so sexuality becomes ontological. And Zizek takes this from Zupančič, obviously, from What is Sex? And in that book, which is mind-blowing, Zupančič says that nature itself lacks his own law in sexuality. And that's why sexuality is a primordial repression. Primordial in the sense that the repression doesn't come from outside. It's not that you have nature and with drives and with these unacceptable pulsions for civilization, and so you have to repress them. No, sexuality has its own repression within. And that is where nature lacks his own law. And that is the lack. That is the fundamental lack. And that is the subject. Because in this paper, Zizek talks about the law of sexuation in Lacan. And the laws of sexuation in Lacan are ontological. So then I think that if we want to think about communism, the future communism, we need to find a way to institutionalize this kind of relationship with reality that is sexual. And I think that that's a rigorous definition of lack, and it goes beyond this, like, like this rich people that can afford to not have the mobile phone for 2 weeks in these retreatments. That's like superficial in a way, like that. But what real luck means is like that nature itself, luck itself, and how can we build our relation to this luck that is productive instead of being destructive? Like, I think that what is the future communism is going on, and I think that's the Slovenian school what is trying to do, is to try to create an institution for libidinal energy. And I think that's it's crazy, because there are 3 people, but they are changing the world through this. And I think that it's something. So like that's a struggle to go back to your argument before. That's a struggle worth pursuing. And yeah,
I mean, that's what I was trying to point towards at the end of the last session is, in some sense, Ebert, Carl, and I came to this notion that we're not struggling intelligently today. Like that, because we've sort of foreclosed the idea that we actually have to struggle and that we enjoy struggle. We're not struggling reflexively. We're not struggling intelligently. And what would be an intelligent struggle? I guess that's the question that I'm centering at the moment.
But also just to say that what I loved about the first bit is that the biggest lack is the lack of struggle itself. So it adds a layer of complexity to the idea of productivity, whereas like lack is always productive. First of all, I don't know of any lack that's not productive, because lack is the engine of productivity. The question is productivity always productive? Do you know what I mean?
Well, that does bring us to the question of communism, because communism was always about change, owning the means of production. ownership of the means of production. I'm not sure if that's the best way to take the conversation, but
so Cadell,
yeah,
to speak to that, Cadell, so you don't have to do all the work, as well everyone else is doing. But if we're producing something, we're producing our own subjectivity, and so I think one of the big questions is how do we produce ourselves, as we're kind of talking about all these machines that recapture us, and what is kind of the ontology of the self. And this is why I work through the framework of, even like, I feel like there's so many forces pushing that I like, for my personal thought, I rely on this very kind of basic framework of like the ethics of egoism as, okay, if I think of what I'm doing, at least I can give myself permission to think in terms of rational self-interest. Then I can ground myself in kind of a Hegelian sense in my specific determinations. I can cope with the lack that I myself generate, right? So this is how I kind of think along the lines, although this gives up these big Hegelian questions, I think, of how technology is really recapturing these things in more specific ways, right? But even this is just to even feel like I have a foothold. I like always kind of think in this, the Hegelian term, rational self-determination, which is Hegel's big principle. It's funny to read also Hegel kind of talk pre-psychoanalytically in terms of he wants all his intention to be like exact, because Hegel's kind of raising of Kant is, Kant says you must not lie, which if you raise this to a Hegelian level, you must not say anything but absolute truth, that you consciously self-determination, and there's no room for an unconscious kind of thing to take you away from this highest God ideal, right? So you can see him like typing, and everything I'm saying, I'm determining. Like it's kind of, there's so many like little aspects of Hegel that, because of how philosophy has progressed, it's hard to see the lines that they were thinking. But this is a really weird ethical line that's totally lost, I think, in Hegel, which is just how committed he was to rational self-determination and what he thought he was rationally self-determining. I don't know if you understand this you at a deeper level, Cadell, because I know you kind of researched Hegel extensively, produced a class, obviously, about rational self-determination and our subjectivity and our personhood. Or what determines us? I don't know. Not to put you on the spot in this like kind of niche aspect that stands out to me about Hegel, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, to me, I mean, this rational self-determination in Hegel is about the singularity of the concept, and in some sense, AI, like when I think about AI, like when I think about this in relationship to myself, I mean, AI presents always a kind of threat to this, not in a way that I don't know if it'll be absolute, but a threat to this in the sense of all of the ways in which I would have conceived of creating myself in the 20th century. Like, let me just give a simple example, like becoming a university professor. Well, could it be that AI eliminates the need for university professors? So the rational self-determination of the concept is eroded in that determination. Right. Now that gets disrupted, and then you try to, there's a gap, and then you can try to become something else. But then the question is, this is where we get into the logic of the arms race between us and AI, and how ramped up does that arms race go, right? In terms of everything I'm hearing from people in AI is that everything to do with purely cognitive labor is going to be taken over by AI, and then what space does that leave the human being? I think it's this dimension of, even I think Owen brought this up in the ACRI conference, he said, the space of the excess jouissance is the space that won't be able to be automatized. The space, the excess energy that psychoanalysis, and for Owen, and I think for David as well, that Aleister Crowley works with won't be automatized. You know, and what does that mean? I have absolutely no idea.
Right. So right now we're rationally self-determining the concept of communism. So I wonder what we will I wonder how communism will self-determine itself today.
Rebecca, did you want to jump in?
It's just a really random thought, but I was just thinking, you had said, you know, like the space of the, what was it that you had said? The space of jouissance could not be taken over by AI.
The space of excessive jouissance.
I thought robots won't dance for us. Robots, I don't think they'll dance for us. I think people will dance.
Yeah.
I don't, it's just random, very random thought, I know, but that's just what came to mind. I feel like there are a lot of different ways in which, right, people's like affective engagement in their world and their life just will never be replaced by a machine, even if it's supplemented by it, right?
I guess the horizon that, I mean, the political solution for when it comes back to like communism and let's say communism and the machines is like, I can't think of a political program that would work in our situation other than some sort of either a universalized basic income or a universalized necessary provisioning, where where basically our labor power wouldn't be tied to our basic survival, so that we could experiment with new forms of labor and you know, like for example, like we started off this live stream with Ebert talking about caring for a father who's dying. Hospice, but that's not properly valued, right? Like I guess it's not like it would be like, how do we properly value birth, death, and madness, to bring it back to David's point? And like, could we have a social economy that is oriented towards those, valuing those as high status activities is an idea.
Just if I could like kind of free associate on connecting what you're saying with my random stupid thought. Like all of the there's a lot of like really interesting ways in which like our enjoyment, right, of life within like current like contemporary conditions is like very singular. It's like, you know, our personal enjoyment, but there are so many ways in which like for instance like what is it, spending time, going back to like with the elderly or with children, like reading. Like there's programs where you like read or like spend time with a child or with someone in hospice care, right? Like stuff like that, like intimate human interactions where we share space and actually interact with each other, or all the different little ways in which we are physically involved in like living in how do I'm not sure if I'm wording this very well, but like the tactile engagement with life and other human beings, right? I feel like there's a lot of space in that is undervalued as a community, as a collective or community effort that is often sort of like that maybe is a site of something. I don't know. I feel like that's a site of something. Like we're trying to replace that even here right now, right? Like we're in this group together, interact with each other when we might have, you know, been in a room and we would like actually hear each other breathing, right? And or like shake hands or do all these other like things that are part of our actual like relating to each other. Yeah, I just wonder how do you, because I feel like that's an important part of how you actually get people involved with each other and actually produce some sort of like social development. It's weird. I think about, for instance, you have people in like actual like the development of the socialist movement in like different places or different times. Stuff like the what is it, like the pub or whatever, which is like owned by people that are like actively engaging in like trade union activity or the political party or something like that. You see these like spaces where there is this kind of like excess with regards to like, and I say excess, but it seems so like not excessive in the sense that it's not necessary. Like it seems like a necessary excess of like human contact, interaction, and engagement, and like actually experiencing being with people in a way that like kind of where like the life of the community, like maybe we could think about this in terms of like the Holy Spirit or something, like is actually present. Yeah, how do you, it's especially considering how the direction everything is moving, like it just seems like a lot of that space is just being squeezed out, you know? But there's a lot of, I feel like that's where there's definitely some kind of potential, because there's a really big lack there. There's a really big lack there, it seems.
So that's the struggle worth fighting for, basically, would be something in the, I mean, basically the life of the community. I mean, I think that's definitely where I see not only this conversation heading, but in general, this comes up just and at the same time, I just always have this feeling of an impotence in the face of the way the direction is moving. like I don't know if we can come up with a counter force to it. Does anyone want to jump in here?
I have a few things.
Yeah, sure. Like,
we'll go.
sorry,
David,
you go. You go ahead. You go.
Okay. So I was thinking about what Cadell was saying about UBI and the determination of self, and I think we define and determine ourselves in relation to something else, right? And so if we, have some survival needs, etc., then we have to do stuff in the world in relation to those survival needs. And that's one way in which we determine or define ourselves. And so if we remove the necessity to define ourselves through our survival needs by introducing UBI, then what do we define ourselves against? In relation to what do we define ourselves, right? And so I guess to Steelman Cadell's point, that would create more opportunities and more space for us to define ourselves and like we could find more, explore more possibilities. But in practice, what I think would happen is we would just end up being captured by all the things we're already captured by, which is the excessive jouissance of the internet and Pornhub or what Instagram or whatever it is. So I think there is this fantasy of freedom which occurs, of freedom from being bound to something, and yet precisely in being bound to something are we able to find ourselves. And on a somewhat tangential note, in terms of, but it's still connected to identity, like identity production, let's say. This reminds me of all those things on the internet, like I eat that shit up so easily, those aloneness compilations of like Ryan Gosling and fucking Blade Runner, and he's so alone in the age of machines, and it just has millions of views, and everybody's just watching it and tripping on their own aloneness. And there's like this weird internet excess of which so many people can relate to, or something like Pornhub comments, and it's like in these weird corners of the internet you find some type of identity production where people feel at home, paradoxically enough. But the point here is it's in relation to the current situation. So I think identity production will keep happening regardless, but it always must happen in relation to something.
I just have this image in my head. I want to throw out this image in my head, and maybe someone can freestyle off this. The image I have is: are we losing? In when I use the name of the Father, I'm basically talking about a symbolic project. Is it possible that we're losing the capacity to define symbolic projects, to define and actualize symbolic projects that are strong enough and real enough and concrete enough to pull us away from the excessive jouissance? That the excessive jouissance just keeps overwhelming and overwhelming and overwhelming. And there's not, and so you're basically left with this aloneness with the excessive jouissance, and that we're just losing the capacity for a name of the Father or a symbolic project that would motivate or sustain or allow for some prolonged mediation. I mean, in some sense, that's what I see this work is about.
I mean, are we not all enjoying being here? I mean, are we not all enjoying the problem of having problems to talk about? Are we not all enjoying trying to figure out how to create a grander project that would pull us away from the jouissance? Isn't that almost our jouissance? Is to talk about how we can be pulled away from jouissance and this interminable problem that we keep fixating on. I mean, I just love the predictive mind theory of the subject, which is that the only time we're really ever conscious is when we're problematizing, when we're encountering prediction errors. Otherwise, the whole project of the mind is to make everything as automatic as possible so that we can interact with the world as fluidly as possible. And this is a production of the subject. It's like self-determination. Is almost the project of basically making as many things as static as possible so they can fit in the schema of the mind, and I can never think about them again. But then I don't encounter problems, and so I'm acting automatically, and that's boring for people like us. So we're problematizing, and we're like taking this and like, this is a problem. This is actually problematic. Let's talk about this. No, really, this is wrong. Because I've run out of problems, but I need to figure something out. And actually, this does become a problem if you repeat it enough. It's called semantic satiation. If you repeat something enough and you create a quantitative excess of bottle, all of a sudden it doesn't mean bottle anymore. And you've problematized it, and you're like, wait, what is a bottle? And I just think of this subject, or at least subjects like us, as basically problematizing machines. At least philosophers, that's the basic thing, is to problematize. And let's say we're trying to fix something, right? We're trying to fix capitalism or whatever it is, and so we create communism. But we're problematizers. We're not going to be satisfied with that. So we're going to move on to whatever's problematic about that. In some ways, the reason the bourgeois is dynamic is because it's a flat line. To David's criticism of the idea that the bourgeois is a flat line, it's a flat line and therefore boring. And so we react against it. The suburbs create punk rock, or whatever analogy you want to make, like the boredom, the flat line. If you have the time energy to be bored, and to be self-disgusted and self-repulsed in a self-relating negativity, then you create a new dynamism out of the flat line, out of the boredom. And I'm constantly, apparently, bored enough to problematize things that other people couldn't give two shits about, because they don't have the time, energy, or the luxury time, or the leisure to even contemplate these things. But when I think about, like, the provocation of what is the subject, and what is the subject who really knows themselves? Well, the subject who really knows themselves is the unconscious subject, the subject who's automated their relationship to the world. They know it so well that they've predictively mapped the world and encounter very few predictive errors. And in a lot of times, whenever I sometimes pop out of my own brain, I'm like, wait, what are we doing? Oh, we're trying to solve a problem. In fact, we're going to talk to the point of exhaustion where we feel like we've unraveled something, and then we're going to get bored and we're going to say goodbye. And then we're going to problematize again and get back together to talk about it again. And I don't know that we'll ever run out of problems to solve unless we want to stop being philosophers, at which point, of course, we can stop problematizing. Anyway, I know that's sort of a nihilistic statement, but I just wanted to make the point that the primary project of the subject is to make as many things as possible that we encounter inert by schematically assimilating it into one schema or the other. And the things that we can't assimilate become intercategorical objects or intercategorical monsters, as Vervaeke would say, and create either a sense of awfulness or awe. And so we just keep doing this and keep trying to make everything as static as possible. But that's the dialectic between stasis and then a new oscillation, a new dynamism. Anyway, I'm just curious the extent to which, if we were all imagine, yes, we've created the perfect communism, what would our conversations then be about?
Yuri, you want to pick up from that?
Yeah. I've had similar thoughts in the past. The question is, you see suffering and you do what? And in this, if you look at it this way, well, it's not abstract creation of problems. Yes, we have jouissance while talking about these things, but it still can be worthwhile to talk about, because it may lead to new thoughts, new ways of seeing the world, which may lead to different actions, right? And it's not just, oh, let me go to a homeless shelter and help people. There's, different types of suffering, different things you can do about it, and different existences you can create. So, while we're creating problems, might as well enjoy it. And hopefully it influences our lives in a certain way.
Yeah, can I say something?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it, David.
I agree with Yuri. And I don't think the luck is always productive. It can be destructive. Addictions, for example, self-sabotaging through death drive, it is like this opposition between your unconscious and your ideal ego. That is there a way how we can align the two in a way that makes the death drive productive and not destructive? And I think that is that's the aim of magic, in a way how to deal with this excessive jouissance, like a technology that try to make your own life as a masterpiece, and live with a jouissance that is creative and liberating. I forgot who was saying this in previous talks we had about liberating arts. Yes, it was Dave, right? Of Philosophy Underground. He was talking about liberating arts. I think liberating arts are ways how we can have a hand on our unconscious in a way to change it, to make it that you feel automated, but that that through that automation you're not bored, but you are surprised all the time by yourselves and by your production at that point. And this brings me to this brings me to that thing that Zizek always talks about this shift from desire to jouissance. And this is a kind of a contradiction I am perceiving in this discussion. That we are talking about capitalism as excessive jouissance, when, like, Zizek keeps talking about that to overcome capitalism, in a way, you need to shift from desire to jouissance. But I think it's a different jouissance. It's not like a jouissance that is like depleting yourself, but it's a jouissance that is like creating new avenues for, like creative avenues. And I think like that is like the struggle that you need to choose. It's about the struggles you need to choose. And I think like that these discussions we are having is to try to define what are the struggles really worth pursuing. And those struggles has to do with a jouissance that is directed in a way. How you can have a hand on your jouissance. Can you shape your jouissance in a way? Like, can you? And I think that is related to psychosis in a way, because psychotic characters and people usually builds some incredible symbolical structures and maps. And I listened to this workshop recently of this psychoanalysis that was talking about the structure of psychosis, and he was saying like that therapists and psychoanalysts should not disregard these structures that are crazy, that are like a symbolical crazy stuff. Because why? Because this incredible psychotic delirium has the power to control libido in a way. And so the work of the psychoanalyst is to help the patient to make use of these incredible symbolical structures in order to find their place in the world in a way. And I think that's moving. It's incredibly moving. Like, yeah, I think just to sum up, and leave it to this, it's like to find ways to really have the power to direct our jouissance in specific directions that are like dealing with the right struggles.
I mean, the questions that are running through my mind, I'm totally with you in terms of what we're trying to talk about is what struggles are worth pursuing. I guess what I'm coming to is the question of how, and I guess this is the question that pathologizes me, is how to create today. Because it's not obvious. It's not obvious anymore. I guess that, and that's kind of what I was responding to with Elliot with the AI and the academic professor example, is that all of the things that seemed the obvious creation pathways in the 20th century are drying up and changing, seemingly fundamentally, and like, I'll give you an example of something that I've been thinking about a lot this year is like, I always struggle with, should I be dedicating an excess amount of time to writing books? Because it takes a lot of time to write a book. It takes a lot of time. It's the most exhausting to me. Out of all the things I do, creating courses or YouTube videos or whatever else, writing books is the most creatively energy expensive. So I asked, like, should I be writing books today? Is that something I should be doing? Or will ChatGPT be able to write a book better than I can write a book in 5 years? Like, is that, or does anyone need it? Does anyone need a book from Kid Last? Like, is that? Well, I don't know if that's the right. I don't know if that's the right way to think about it.
ChatGPT is in actual fact taking over different writing jobs. Like there are different freelance writers are having their jobs taken currently by ChatGPT, and people who have worked in the field for decades with consistent incomes are suddenly their incomes are slowly lowering, and this kind of spaghetti ChatGPT kind of content is starting to appear on official, websites for technology and green spaces. And there's a big question, like not kind of the future in the sense in the like what will happen in 10 years, but right now, like writing is already being kind of taken over. And also the style of ChatGPT, I think, is raising a lot of questions for me, and I think I'm starting to see more and more the importance of the psychoanalytic idea of individual particularity and associative logic, which is kind of like the creative logic within dreams, which is things are linked together in ways that are not necessarily universal, right? And it's not the power is not that it's able to be raised up to the universal, but that it's extremely particular. So I think universal logic within ChatGPT that's getting really, really good at certain things, you can kind of see where it's failing. And I think where it's failing is in the direction maybe of psychoanalysis, right? And the particularity and the necessity of particularity of psychoanalysis, free association, all this kind of stuff, all this return to Freud stuff, right? Somehow Freud returns every time, right? with every problem, you try to get rid of Sigmund Freud, and then somehow he kind of emerges from the depth, just like Hegel's waiting at the end of history, and Sigmund Freud is waiting under the bad drawing of the iceberg that inaccurately depicts his theories. And then emerge, to put the return of the Mac.
Can I jump in quickly? I
Carl,
think
go for it.
so. One of the things, I mean, I've been it's great conversation. I think when we talk about we're specifically only talking about ChatGPT, but if you look at Gemini, like Google Gemini Ultra, now we say that ChatGPT has got no personality or no sense of humor, can't write creatively, but that's what Gemini Ultra does. It's focused on creative writing, and I think the real debate here is like, what are we doing? Like, why are we replacing ourselves? Why are we giving our humanity to the robots when we should strictly be having some sort of like, control over that? And I think Cadell's right. It's like we're gonna question why we're doing what we're doing, but it's like, to what extent is it us? Because we are channels, right? It's the idea that I will sit there and I will do a specific substance that will unlock 12 hours of creativity, and to what extent is it mine anyway, that I'm using a medicine that's then giving me this channel opening, that then I'm like harvesting all of this information. And I had a long conversation with David Hanson from Hanson Robotics, and he had this extraordinary experience of death, right? So he was building early on in his career. I don't know if you know this guy. So Hanson Robotics created Sophia the robot, and Sophia was famous because and it was nothing to do with him, but she was given citizens' rights in the Middle East, I think in Saudi Arabia, and suddenly this robot was elevated above humans because women don't have citizens' rights in Saudi Arabia. And he had to spend like 10 years of his career, trying to fight off, because everyone thought it was him that it elevated this thing to beyond human status. But so that's just so you know who it is. But basically, he had built a cyberdelic experience early on in his career, and then he filled it with water, And then he was walking around his own exhibition and saw a cable on the ceiling and thought, oh, that's going to cause an electrical shock. So went and grabbed the cable and electrocuted himself to the point where he died. And the only thing that saved his life is the fact that he fell over from death and pulled the cable off the wall, and it stopped electrocuting him. But as he was dying, he was disintegrating. You know, he died for about 5 minutes, and he experienced this disintegration, and it scared him so much that he became completely transhuman, to the point where he not only thinks that we should have the AI, but he thinks that the AI should be embodied, right? And you know, we had this conversation earlier on about what is it that we can still do, what is it that still remains human, and the idea that, you know, of course we might not necessarily want to watch robots dance, but I wouldn't put it past us, and of course we will want to continue to dance. I think that's the key thing, right? But if we give the body to the robot, his argument is that in order for the AIs to be compassionate, they have to have childhoods and they have to experience trauma, and therefore they will not wipe us off the face of the earth. So that's my 2 cents.
Man, all this talk about AIs is so interesting. There was recently a research done on GPT-J, which is some class of GPT models, right? And they took the average of all signifiers which this model uses, and the literal average, the first most sort of, it's not the thing which is most often said, but it is at the center of its thinking, so to speak. And the number one thing which is at the center of its thinking is man's penis. The next one is, I don't know, woman's breasts, etc., etc., etc. So maybe there is a psychoanalytic reality already to these models, and they may not be so inhuman as we think.
I'm writing my PhD with ChatGPT, and I have no problems in saying that.
How is that working, David?
Very well. It's incredible. It's like bypassing my writing blockage, and I just managed to find ways how I can get what I want from it, by controlling it. And this goes through translating from English to Italian, for example, several times, and it gets new meanings. And you can teach ChatGPT about concepts and then elaborate on those concepts that you taught to it. I am make ChatGPT learning about Lacan, Hegel, and then I ask questions about how to connect those concepts, and I am surprised by the results. And my entire PhD is written by this, and I am thinking to write an introduction to my PhD by saying openly I'm using ChatGPT as because I raise this question to my university. I'm doing the PhD, and I say, what is the policy about using ChatGPT? And the naive response to it was oh, you have to write it by yourself, at least 80%. And because they think that there is a self, there is an I that is original, that is writing originally, but it's not like that. And Lacan tells you that there is no self, there is just the other. And ChatGPT is my other. And the way it's a screen, how I project my other on it. And I have no problem in alienating myself in technology. I embrace the alienation in all their forms. I'm a filmmaker also. And now there are new AI technologies that are able to make movies. I'm totally into it, oh, it's my dream. just to sit in front of a computer and make my own movie without dealing with the cinematographer, with the acting, with the cast director, with the set. It's amazing. And I don't understand this resistance to it. Like, embrace alienation, overcome Marx, and embrace Hegel, you know?
That's so good, David. Such a brilliant summary. I think you're still muted. You look like you're still talking, but basically, yeah. It's so interesting because at my institution there is no policy for, and they're also not using any kind of plagiarism software to detect that the students are using it, and you know, it's my moral. I have to think, like, if students are going to get jobs, they need to be aware of what's out there. I'm like professor of media, so I have to really think carefully about what I tell the students, because it's almost like the new gender battle is like the new is whether you talk about AI, whether you even tell students about it. I have students like with their heads in their hands, like with despair, because they're already worried that what they're being taught in their degrees is already out of date, that their jobs are basically already automated before they even get to them. And even students are putting their headphones on because they don't want to hear it. And then I might get reported because I'm telling them the truth. I'm teaching them the skills that they need to have employment opportunities in the future. But they're still very traditional, and they say they don't want to cheat. They don't want to have a shortcut. They want to do the work. But then, like you say, David, there's pieces of art now that have been made with 3,000 prompts, which is the new form of art, right? It's a new way of making art, and there's still craft there, but those skills are new skills, and we have to overcome this kind of. I guess I'm kind of contradicting what I said earlier, but I think that's the point. It's so easy to find the contradiction in having any kind of ground, because your ground is gone, like it's always gone.
I want to identify that I have that resistance. Like, I haven't downloaded ChatGPT yet. I don't want to use it. And at the same time, I recognize what David's saying as legitimate. In a sense, not in a sense, like it's legitimate what he's saying. I mean, I get it. At the same time, I have a resistance, and that resistance does come from, I want to write it. And is that I have that feel like it's almost like I do experience introducing ChatGPT as interfering with my desire to write it all. Like, if I introduce ChatGPT, I feel like my desire to write a book evaporates. So I just want to put that out there as not like a ideological sort of attachment that I'm wedded to, but more of a visceral contradiction that I'm constantly wrestling with.
There is a beautiful, Walter Benjamin dream. You know, the philosopher Walter Benjamin. Like, he had a dream of write a book just created by quotations. And that's my relation with ChatGPT. Sometimes even I take parts of books and I copy and paste, and ask ChatGPT to translate them in a different way. And then I put that in my PhD. I don't fucking care. Then it becomes mine. It's like this kind of, I don't know, I feel okay with it. It's just like, it becomes mine. I own it, and becomes mine, and it becomes and I don't feel that it's thief. What is thief? We are all like others, and there is no self. And I think this is like kind of following the dream of Walter Benjamin of writing a book completely made by quotation. I think it's a genius idea, and that ChatGPT allows that to do it. I think it's an illusion that we are original creators. It's just like a fantasy. We always like create from something that is existed before, and we manipulate it. It's like when you learn a new language. Like I am a mother tongue English mother. My mother is English, and I always have been upset with her because she didn't speak in English with me when I was a child. So I was not growing up as a mother tongue English child, and I felt very guilty about it. But then I went into a university, an American university, and there I started to own my own English. It became mine, and I know it's not perfect, but it's my English. It's like when you put your hand on it, you deform the material and you shape it in a different way. I think that is originality. Taking a piece, isolate it from the context, manipulate it, and and deform it to accordingly to your concept or your idea. The idea is what put the piece together. That are, I think this is like, yeah.
Should communists never download ChatGPT, or should they write all future theory with ChatGPT? That's the question. Both, of course.
If communists think that ChatGPT needs to be downloaded, they're gonna fail because they use it online.
What's that, Yuri? I think your audio is coming in a little choppy.
Oh, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway. I think it's just your audio is not the best, but it's all right.
Okay. Give me a few minutes. I'll come back later.
Okay.
David said something really important in terms of that. I think I was hearing all the Lacan is everyone is the other, and my thought is, well, I disagree with this. Of course. But then at the very end, he said, but I'm arranging it. And then I was like, yes, there it is. Because that's the truth of it. Because there is nonetheless an intelligence.
I caught that as well.
Right, you did. Good.
Well, I caught that as well. And Yuri said in the chat, curation over creation. Which I think David is articulating like a different relation and a different paradigm to creation. That it is helpful. My only interjection was more to presence the contradiction I wrestle with, which is that I still do have this paradigm in my head that I'm writing a book, but maybe I should get out of that paradigm. Maybe David is
why write a book when you can get a badge and a gun? Metaphysically, that's what I think.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, philosophers should become therapists. This is my concern of symbolic. Like, there's so many ways. Books. Someone got mad at me, and I said, I think this. Well, this is, and they said, you are just using your book as symbolic authority. I was like, man, I have a therapy license. You want to? That's much more. Trust me, that's a lot more effective for just wielding symbolic authority. I'm constantly critiquing, doing therapy with people, critiquing symbolic authority, just in terms of negating medical authority, because it is so palpable in psychotherapy, which in mental health, which is replacing philosophy, just like ChatGPT is replacing writing. Right? Like the lingo of it's interesting to hear the lingo of mental health being used as like the master signifier, the conclusion. Like, I think, did I say this already? I don't think I said this already, but like Hannibal with the very kind of bad psychology. Nonetheless, I worked for a 13-hour shift yesterday, by the way, so I think I said this on the 13-hour shift. I'm like, did I say it in philosophy? But like the conclusion is always like, and then he's purely empathetic in Hannibal. It's like, man, so this is the knowledge. Ultimately, you reach absolute knowledge that Will in Hannibal is pure empathy. Or Hannibal, oh, he's a pure psychopath. You a pure one, really? Like the purest. Like this is the most ontologically real category intuitively for people, which is kind of fucked up. Which is to say, like mental health has the intuitive authority that the church used to have, right, or religion used to have, right? But now it's mental health. So this is like books are good, but really, you should, if you want, like, you know, you can be a therapist or like it's not just the book. It's like what does the book structured into, and like your books are structured into this, right? And some people's books are structured into writing for different magazines or journals, and it's like, oh, they can write here because they have a book. Oh, what'd you think of it? What do you mean what I think? I didn't read their book. Right, kind of thing. So yeah, I've been thinking through, this is kind of the next like sublation, but the structuralization of these kind of good ideas that we're working through, or empathetic ideas for other people, or communistic ideas. Like there is like this kind of split, like absolute split between us talking about it or our actual empathy for other people or our interpersonal connections, and like the power structure made from that, right, to like supposedly guarantee it. And like one of the things Lacan teaches about analysts is there is no kind of guarantee of the analytic discourse. And I think this we're really reconciling with the problem of there's no guarantee that your empathy for other human beings or your interpersonal relationships can structurally be maintained fully, but nonetheless, they so severely lack, but yet they're the official representation. And so this is what I think of Israel essentially. So this is Israel represents the Jews and Jewish interests, and it's so severely lacking, but nonetheless, it holds symbolic authority that it cannot like. So there's this huge kind of contradiction in our world of like these intuitively good things for different people and like how they are actually actualized, right? So speaking of full circle back to communism, might as well go to politics to some degree, right? So
can I just jump in quickly about
yeah, go for it, Carl.
You Cadell and David. I mean, David's gone full throttle and he's got a pretty strong argument, but I think it's still the question as we're talking. It's the curation over creation. I think that you're still the artist, you're still the author, because you're mastering the technology, and that's an artistry. And what I do wonder, Cadell, maybe when we're in Sweden, I can teach you a few of the tricks without you then becoming infected. I think it is a kind of mind virus. I think it is. I do hear you, and my girlfriend, she's the same. She's like, she doesn't want to. She's got a massive writer's block at the moment, and she's probably had it for a year. But it's a bit like Ritalin, right? A lot of people at Oxbridge, so both Oxford and Cambridge, they're all on Adderall or Ritalin because they have such incredible hardcore like deadlines and short terms, and so they can't function unless they're already transhuman in some way. They have to augment themselves. But for me, and it gets rid of the writer's block. But what the difference is that, you know, through those artificial crutches, the quality of the work won't be as good. I think that the writer's block is there for a reason. I think it's when your subconscious is necessarily doing the work that you may not be conscious about, but I think the quality of your work will be potentially better if you sit through it and you struggle. And it comes back to that question of what are the struggles worth having, and you talk about how hard it is to write a book, and it is inherently hard, but creativity is inherently slow, and then it comes back to this idea that we need to be slow, right? We need to, in order to be hyperhuman, it's about coming back to slow time and to understand that when we used to write letters, we would generate time by waiting for a reply, you know. But now it's like, so it's all just instant gratification. So we just need immediate. If somebody doesn't reply within a day, you want to kill the person. So there's no time. We have no time. But I also agree with David. I think it's like, you know, there's incredible things. And if you could become Cadell 2.0 suddenly because you've got access to these tools and you're like, shit, what was I doing? Thinking I'm going to resist. And how long are you going to resist? How long can you resist when you start to see David getting his PhD? Maybe he'll have 10 PhDs back to back because
well, I don't care about that.
But no, maybe the institution suddenly.
But I was thinking like, let me throw this like this is like where I do see my mind going, like where I do see the resistance to ChatGPT, where I do see my mind going, is committed to thinking with others, and being with others, and thinking with others, and writing as a like I just wrote a piece today that's kind of like a curation of the entire first day of the ACRI conference. And like I saw that as like, okay, I'm like there's all these others who are presenting at the ACRI conference, and it would be cool to like curate all that thought and like put my own spin on how I interpreted the day, for example. But like I didn't need ChatGPT to do that. I needed to other myself into the community mind. And sort of, you know, curate from that.
I consider you a better intelligence for that also than ChatGPT. Like people underestimate themselves.
Oh, thank you.
ChatGPT, it's this hyper intelligent. It knows such a quantity of it, but in a lot of ways, it's a worse intelligence. Like, and this is what I think people don't understand about ChatGPT is you can actually intuitively produce a better idea than ChatGPT. You know. So don't underestimate yourself. I don't think.
That's where my resistance is coming.
Yeah.
I have to tell you, Cadell, that I've been moved by what you wrote about me in that email. I felt recognized, and you made me cry. I have to admit, like because
has ever ChatGPT made you cry?
But you know. I have to add another thing, you know, like I'm not writing only my PhD with ChatGPT. The other day, I got an email from a person I know that just lost his father and passed away. And I asked ChatGPT to answer a reply to that email. That's just to give you the level of alienation I'm living. That's where magic comes into the play, because the practices I'm making, magical practices, is to become an angel in a way. It becomes the other, and so to alienate myself to the level of being penetrated by the angel, which is this extimite entity within me, to the point that I don't have a self anymore. And I think that, just to go back to the main theme of this discussion, which is communism, I think that the future communism has to deal with this form of integral alienation in a way. Because when you're talking about collective writing in a way that you feel like in a space where you feel like penetrated by the other thoughts and stuff like that, you still like believe in oneself and the other selves as a collective. And I think that instead we really get to the point of identity indifference where there is no anymore self, but we are in a way the other. You identify with the other. And I think that it is what for me means to become angel, an angelic force in a way. It's this like transformation into something else. It's like, and I know that I might perceived as a narcissist now, but isn't it like what Christianity is preaching, like Christianity in the Zizek sense, in the Zizekian sense, like this, or Hegelian sense, where God becomes absolute other from itself. And, you know, like ChatGPT for me, it is one of those avenues where I can alienate myself even more. And I use it not just writing PhD, but to like writing emails to my partner, or I upload, you know, one thing I did was to download the chat of 2 years of WhatsApp chat with my ex, and then upload that file to ChatGPT and ask to analyze it, and to ask what is the personality pattern that are recurring. And it's a way, it's a screen to project my unconscious on it, you know. And I am, you know, I think that you know, there is, I conclude, it's very brief, like, you know, like love in the Middle Ages were perceived as a disease. There are medical manuals, books, where there are a series of description of the various diseases that people feel, and love was one of them. When you are in love, you are sick, and the doctors were telling you how to deal with that sickness in the Middle Ages. And then, you know, like we have Dante, we have poets of love in the Islam that transformed that concept that was a sickness into the most saving experience that a human being could have through love. And it was a poetic experiment. And they, through poetry, they changed humanity. They drove humanity from perceiving love as a sickness to perceiving love as the staircase to heaven. And I think that the same thing we need to do with alienation. Like alienation is one of these concepts that is perceived as naturally as a disease, as something bad, but instead, through a poetic experiment, through poetry in a way, through philosophy and psychoanalysis, it is a mission to demonstrate, no, alienation is the way for universality.
I have a comment on this, guys. Please forgive me. I'm at work, and I cannot turn my camera the other way, so you're gonna have to look at this ground. But just imagine that it's me or something. Yeah, David, the point about writing your PhD is very nice with the AI, but you know, when I hear something like this, I'm just gonna be straightforward to you. I lose all interest in reading it. Like, why would I read it if it's like you say it's yours? It's fine, you know. You can put your name on the book. It can have big letters on it, but I don't care about reading it because it's ultimately ChatGPT. So it's not your thing. And like everything that other people like kind of affirm to, you know, writer's block, going through the process. This is what you all lose with the, you know, substituting everything for the AI. And I mean, yeah, it's kind of crazy. You're an insane man, and you probably are aware of this, and I kind of applaud you for it because it's yeah, at least you're dedicated, you know, with this self-determination, which also has no self behind it anyhow. But yeah, it's you know, I was reading a Reddit post, I think it was today already, more than a year ago, and there was this guy, and he said, I've been using ChatGPT to communicate with basically everyone in my life online. And now when I cannot use it, I have no idea what I have to say. I have no idea what I have to say. So, yeah, of course, you arrive at universality through alienation. This is the classic Hegelian trick that he keeps pulling on us. But then we have to ask, okay, what is this universality? Do we want that universality? Maybe there's another universality that we want. You know, like universality is not one. Universality is as the whole Zizek'ian tradition affirms, is a conflict itself with itself. It's negative universality. The struggle that unites us is negative universality. It is this kind of disagreement. So like taking away the ability for the human to express itself I don't think it's the way to go, man. I don't think it is.
I really like that, Dimitri. I want to thank you, Dimitri, and I want to double down on what Dimitri is saying, because when I was saying what David was saying, it's very interesting, but I still have this resistance to using ChatGPT because I say, well, I lose my own interest to write books in the first place, and I think that what Dimitri is adding is he's saying the other loses the interest to read the book in the first place. And like, I think what I'm searching for is I'm searching like, and when I'm thinking about, should I keep writing books? It's more, yes, there's a deep struggle inside of me of fighting to write the book and formulate it in my own thoughts, which is it's itself a deep struggle. But I'm also looking for building a community that's interested to read the book. And I think that both need, I think that's the humanizing process, is that like we need to fight for both the struggle to write the book, and we need to fight for the community that's going to even care about reading and engaging with the book. Because I think we're losing both. You know, like I don't want to read the New York Times bestseller list. It's all just, you know, simplistic bullshit. I mean, I think we should create a community. And next month at the Portal, we're going to have a book club around David McCarriker's Time Energy. Like part of the reason why we're going to have a book club around David McCarriker's Time Energy is because he wrote that book in his own struggle. And then I want to set up a community where we care about reading each other's books that are derived from that struggle. I feel like that's important. I don't know if that, and I also know we're coming on the. And is anyone, David? Is there anything you want to say to that specifically?
Can I just add one more?
Like I don't understand
okay,
this.
David,
Expressing yourself. It's like for me, it's
okay,
outdated.
I will explain it.
It's like outdated.
No, it's not.
I am the other. You know, I am the other. I am the other. I am. So, like, you know, like, what do you want from me? You know, you don't want to read my book? My book. It's not my book. It's what is it? It's the book of the other. And, you know, like, it's up to you. Like, but, you know, it makes sense to me. Like, I think it's beyond expression. I think expression is implying that there is a self that has some inner thing that you have to express outside, you know? No, I am in a total exteriority. I am totally alienated. I am Christ on the cross. Okay, now I sound narcissist, but I am Christ on the cross, looking up at the sky and say, God, why did you abandon me? I'm there, and there is nothing more to express. There is no interiority in me. I am a totally exteriority. I'm out there.
David,
yeah.
Okay. I want to hear Dimitri's response, but I just want you to sit on this question for the next 5 minutes. I don't want a direct response. But the question I want you to sit on is, why did you show up to speak tonight? Not a response just yet, David. I want to answer that in 5 minutes. Dimitri, go for it.
Yes. You first one sentence you say there is no self, the next sentence you explode with the megalomaniac idea of, oh, it's all mine, everything is gonna be mine, I'm gonna have 10 trillion PhDs. Man, the truth is, like, art, philosophy, and religion are all sublimatory processes for me. And indeed, you're totally right that it is beyond the lame expression of like some romantic self who wants to cry and let other people know he's crying and that how deep he is with crying or something like this. But like very simply, like, I mean, I live in a house with 3 other people, and you know, we're all musically inclined. And one thing we like to do is go on jam sessions. You know, maybe in the future we can make that obsolete, and I can record everyone's voice and guitar, and then just like ask the AI, hey, just do a jam session and use a few recordings. But like, to make art together, to make, you know, when I see someone new like Yuri presenting in Philosophy Portal, I can really appreciate that deeply. And it's not about my deep appreciation that like soothes the self or something, but this beauty is not really to be attained through AI. I don't think it is. I don't want that. It's fake, you know, it's so fake. Like, why, man, like, honestly, why do you even have a partner? Why don't you just have like an e-girl, an AI chatbot girlfriend who you can make Lacanian and Hegelian and whatever you want, man? I don't know what kinks you have.
I like that I like that you've stirred up so much tension. David, I want to just presence that we've got about. Oh, there's some echo. I'm getting.
Whoa, that's weird.
Yeah, I just want to presence that we've got 10 minutes left, and I want to use the best of our time. We are heading into, as Elliot put in the private chat, we're right in time for the Sacred next month. I think that's oh, is that Kirsty's genius? Kirsty, we might hear from you. I don't know. We'll hear from you tonight, Kirsty.
Anything avant-garde, I assure you, it's not for me.
It's Kirsty.
Anything creative.
Okay, she's Kirsty's incredibly creative. It's remarkable. So I just want to say, yeah, we've got 10 minutes left, and I want to use the best of our time. Maybe it would be best to just do a quick circle in terms of where everyone is in terms of what we've been discussing the last 2 hours. Carl, I mean, you've been here from the start. Yeah, where's your head right now?
Wow, yeah, I mean, I'm really grateful for David for throwing a cat amongst the pigeons. I think it needed to be done. I think, you know, it's such fertile ground for philosophy, and that's why it's so interesting. I think if I think about it, I mean, now he's got me thinking about alienation and embracing alienation. I mean, I've spent a lot of my life disassociating and also going to the Godhead through entheogens, and I think that, you know, if we talk about, you know, if we look at Bernardo Kastrup, he talks about that we've disassociated from the Godhead and from the void in order to be individuated, and I think that that's the alienation, right? So I guess my take on AI is that we need to maintain agency. We need to master it. We need to actually, you know, utilize it as an assistant. I don't think any of us will get away without using it at some point for some things. But I also agree with Dimitri. I think that absolutely we need to maintain authorship, and I'm intrigued as to, I mean, David's already said that his university won't accept his PhD if it's not written 80% by him, and absolutely you can test to see if text is written by AI or not, and it's not difficult to do so. And I think there's an arms race, right, between the ability to change and paraphrase what you've written by AI, so it's not recognized as AI. But yeah, it does feel like some sort of, I mean, I can see why David's getting away with it in terms of justifying it to himself if he is doing that. I mean, I just want to talk to him way more, because you know, coming back to the hyperhuman and the transhuman, I can see why he's coming at me with it with hyperhumanism, because it's making me, you know, really, it's pushing me further into that debate.
Was Carl chopping up for anyone else or just me?
He was good to me.
Okay, good. It's my internet, then that's okay. It should be okay with the stream. Rebecca, is it maybe you want to jump in for the closing?
Sure. So I guess where I'm at, I'm hearing all of this and I'm thinking, well, how do we get back to communism and how do we get back to politics? Thinking about because when I think about communism, I can't help but think about the actual movement of people for for communism, thinking about working class struggle, thinking about the party, the idea of creating a, like creating and using real political power. And like remembering what was said, what was it? Something like, what is worth struggling for? I'm thinking about how it's really hard for me to think of like some sort of symbol or ideal or like even goal to really rally behind for the pursuit of communism on any real political level right now. It's just difficult. AI angels, that's the other thing. It's like, well, what is the role of AI and technology, like contemporary technology, in the development of the mass movement, or in the creation of a party, or in like the inner techniques of future politics, or like, I don't know. It's really weird. It's weird. It's trippy. But, and like also like, would we want an AI to build communism? Like, isn't there like with the reading or writing a book, isn't there something of like some important element of how exactly is freedom realized in what is being done? Like, obviously you could use AI in such a way that, of course, like there's an expression of the human striving for freedom, right? It's definitely there, but also I could just as easily imagine the opposite. It doesn't seem like it's yeah. I still need to read that Bash Revolution. So yeah, I don't know. This is kind of where my headspace is at. I'm like, how do we get back to communism, and how do we think about that in the context of the actual history of communism?
Thanks for bringing us back to the topical focus, Rebecca. And we'll go to Elliot and then Yuri. Elliot and Kirsty and then Yuri.
I feel like David gets the trippy idea of the word of the day in terms of like the total exteriority idea. Clearly, like it's good in the philosophy group when when somebody goes, "You're insane." That's how you know you philosophize. So you got someone came in and just briefly said, "You're an insane man." so this is like of course the like highest praise. There's obviously problems with like the limit of ChatGPT, and like I could feel myself get sucked into this like accelerate kind of mindset, and like just you said, do you know how alienated I am? And I said, and I kind of feel like, yes, I do, because it is like a more extreme version of this practice. Kind of, it's like a situationist practice that shows us our already existent alienation. So yeah, I don't commit myself to this exteriority, but it is kind of like a creative practice, certainly.
Yuri?
Philosophy must be related, and any talk must be related to how to change. Also related to can I?
It's really bad. It sounds really bad. You sound like you're being run.
Yeah, I think it sounds unlistenable. Am I coming through?
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, Yuri, your sound's unlistenable. Yuri, your sound's unlistenable. We're gonna have to pass over. Okay, for the last 2 minutes, David, you've got 1 minute to take us out, David.
Okay, like I'm an insane man. Okay, I got that, and I'm proud of it. But like I think that just to go back to communism, I think like that to think about the new communism that is like different from the 21st century communism is really to like reevaluate alienation and as a path to libidinal energy, as a path to really get a hand to direct this energy in a kind of rational way, so that to align like death drive to your like ideal ego perspective, so that they are not sabotaging each other, but they are transforming your life into a masterpiece. And in order to do that, I think that we need new institutions to do that. And, like how we build institutions that can deal with the libidinal energies of the subjects. And it's a huge topic. I think the Slovenian school is doing that, but it's not enough. We need to reach the masses. We need to translate these abstract concepts into digestible thing that the masses can get it. And I think that art, filmmaking, production of cultural products that are, I think that this is a laboratory. Philosophy Portal is a laboratory to start design this kind of new cultural projects that can have a hand on the libidinal energies of the audience, not only on the mind, but on their sexual energies. And I really believe in this, and as crazy as it sounds, but we are a group yeah.
I'm with you, man. This is a philosophy lab, like Adley's saying, and but I think the only, and before I'm gonna sort of selfishly do like a little, I think close, but that's why I'm saying that for me, I think the difference between us and what I've been trying to communicate is that I'm committed to engagement with actual human others, as opposed to outsourcing the other to the machine. Does that make sense? Like, that's what I've been trying to argue for.
What I'm trying to say is that we are machines. We are AI. Human beings are AI. They are undead, like Zizek says. We are not human. We are inhuman. We are undead people. And that is a dimension that is in between nature and culture. Drives are not natural. We are not natural. We could even say that we are designed by aliens. Like we are not natural creatures. We are already machines. So that's why we can produce AI. That's why we can produce quantum computers, because we are already machines. So there is no coming back to humanity.
All right. I'll leave you with that. All right. Thanks so much, everyone. It's been a great thing in itself. And we've got an hour left. So if you want to stay, join us in the chat. And thanks so much to everyone.
Oh. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
See you guys.
Thanks, Goodell. Amazing stuff, as always.
Peace out. I'll see you soon, Carl. All right, we got on OG Rose and Tim Adalin for the last hour. Thanks for joining me, guys. Cigarette after. It's always a wild ride in the thing in itself, and good to calm down with some old lack friends.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, no, is the mic coming through?
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Yuri's mic was a trip.
Your voice is as beautiful as ever, Tim.
Yeah,
thank you.
No, I mean a lot of where that conversation went was, I think a lot around creativity and technology, and how technology is really changing the paradigm of creativity. And I think a lot of the tension that was coming up there between David and everyone else was just about what is our ethical relationship to speech and technology and creation. I mean, those are some of the things that came up for me. And, you know, some of the things that were perhaps triggering some of people in the last stream, as well as myself, was, you know, I was making the argument that if I outsource the writing process to ChatGPT, I simultaneously lose the desire to write the book. And then, like, I don't want to write the book anymore. What's the point to write the book if I'm just going to outsource it to ChatGPT? That's how I feel. And I'll acknowledge some triggering. Like, I could also challenge myself on that point, but that's how I feel at the moment. Then on the other side, Dimitri came in and he said, if he knew that the book was written by ChatGPT, all of a sudden he doesn't want to read the book at all in the first place, because it's just so I don't want to write the book. Dimitri doesn't want to read the book, right? So and you know, and so the point I was arguing is I agree that we do need to decenter the I in the creation process, and you know, the I is an other. But like I was saying, like, for example, I wrote the post today. I think OG, you saw it. Was I'm sort of going in the direction of, I want to make my I, instead of engaging with ChatGPT. I haven't even bought ChatGPT yet, by the way. I don't even use ChatGPT, but I'm not saying one shouldn't. But I wrote that post just sort of immersed in the community of minds at the conference, and then wrote a post inspired by the community of minds. But that was an engagement with real, actual others, actual singularities, not with an automated system. And so I'm genuinely challenging myself, like, with this question of, like, the question I keep coming back to is how to create today. Like, I think that's the most general question: how to create today, because it's not obvious how to create today. Like, again, I gave the examples in the last session, was an AI is fundamentally rupturing this. Like, all of the professions where you would see an avenue for creation in the 20th century are evaporating. And then the question comes down: how do I engage that landscape? How do I create, basically, you know, and all of the paradigms I had for creation as an intellectual academic, you know, have been challenged one by one. And in the end, those are productive challenges, because I can use them as motivation to create something which I wouldn't have created otherwise. But the anxiety that you feel in that process is enormous, right? And I think that's, in some sense, what I want to play a part in, is like creating spaces where we can hold that anxiety and learn what the new creation could look like, what the new creation models could look like. That's where my head is right now, and maybe we just get that as a starting off point, Daniel, and then Tim, if you want to jump in on that.
Excellent. Well, it is a treat to be in the presence of you two fine individuals. I think of you often and very fondly. I think it is all kind of tied to this question of commons, communism, new community, new creativity, and different things like that. And more, I think of the binding principle of community having to be something like inspiration. And the question becomes, can you use AI in a manner that inspires people to be part, to make yourself an inspiring individual? Because inspiration is a way of attracting people without force. And also, it simultaneously makes people willing to suffer. Because I think Mr. Ebert was saying something at the beginning that I think is very important on this idea of, how do you get people to suffer today? Like, if the conditions, and you were mentioning it as well, Cadell, if the conditions of society are pretty nice, and if the older generation pisses you off, you can just leave them. And if the younger generation pisses you off, you can just leave them. Everyone is basically, here's the problem.
Yeah.
You know, a first world nation, if you will, if you grant me that, a voice-based society, you can always leave. And why wouldn't you? It sucks. The young people are kind of arrogant. The older people are self-entitled. You can always find reason to leave, right? Why wouldn't you? This is kind of one of the problems you have, is the atomization, self-segregation. All of these things are kind of rational for people to do because it is hard. So there's this $1 million question of, how do you get people to do hard things if they don't have to? Because the facticity around them does not force them to, right? How do you get them not to use ChatGPT to do their college essay? if they can, right? Why would you not? So the question becomes, what is the metric that people are looking to accomplish? And I think something like being inspiring is a part of what has to be the groundwork of a new commons, where the people in the commons are inspiring. And maybe that involves them using ChatGPT here and there, but your metric for using technology must always be that I never use it in a manner that makes me less inspiring or makes me less able to do that shine, as we've talked about in Hegel, or to be that sort of child. And then with that, when someone is inspiring, like let's take a great martial, I can think of, there was, when I did wushu, there was this one athlete, she was from China, and I was like, oh my gosh, she can do a front flip standing in place. That's insane. Now, I never gained that ability, but just seeing her do that made me want to do that. And then I found out I couldn't do that. So I was like, you know, this weapons fighting is not, I'm a little better at wrestling than this. But the point is that there is in the vision of something a willingness to suffer for it, because you understand that that is necessary to be inspiring. And then that functions as also inspiring other people to be part of it in different things. And so I think, like I was speaking with the magnificent, I adore him, Matthew, I was speaking with the just wonderful Matthew Allison, and he was talking about one of the reasons you want to climb a mountain is because you want to be the kind of person who can climb a mountain, because it actually works on you as a subject to be willing to go into depths of yourself and difficulty that you wouldn't do if you didn't climb the mountain. If you say, why climb a mountain, just from the climbing a mountain, there's not really there. But if you think about climbing as a mountain as doing something within you that not climbing the mountain would mean that that never occurred, well, then you start thinking about climbing mountains differently. Likewise, if you think about technology of, I have to use this technology to make sure I continue to be inspiring, or that I continue to be alive, that I continue to have drive and I'm motivation, then you start, that provides a little bit of a better way to think about when you should, you know, use ChatGPT, when you should not. And I think this is the key, and then I'll pass it to Tim. The fates of inspiration and creativity are strongly tied. There's, of course, a long history in the arts where being inspired makes people do what? They create, right? I think the problem basically with first world nations is they tend to kill the sources of inspiration with comfort. And that's why they tend to fall into things like mental health crisis or nihilism or a lack of motivation, because people can't find inspiration. You say, well, what the frick do you mean? They can watch movies, listen to music, and all those different things. What we are seeing, I think, is that access to great works of art is not necessarily enough to create inspiration if they do not compel you into something, if they do not necessarily compel you into a certain way of life. And I think the question is, what is the quality of that sort of experience of creation that also inspires? And that's what I think communities have to think. And I think that starts to get, basically, it does seem, and then I'll give it to Tim, it does seem like when we talk about a new communism, like communism or new, with communism is kind of opposite of commodity, thinking about everything as fungible, commons, you know, the great Michelle Bowens, wherever he is, we love you, Bowens, you know, this idea of a new structure of a common ground. It seems like it has to be something like inspiration, because that's going to bring with it a willingness to suffer and things like that. And that gets into things like, you know, when you see people reading a hard book and you're like, wow, they're actually doing it, that can inspire you. When you hear people speak in certain ways, that can inspire you. So I've been thinking a lot about the fates of inspiration and creativity, but let me pass it to the great Tim Adalin.
Yeah, awesome. Great to be here. And it's very interesting to begin a conversation with it already sort of 4 hours in or 3 hours in or however much it is. And that tension in particular that you bring up, Cadell, and I listened to the last sort of 25 minutes or so with David. I think Daniel here is pointing in a direction that seems to be the right one for me. There's so many questions in terms of angles of inquiry that would seem necessary for me to share to kind of triangulate how I approach this. So I'll just jump on that inspiration as well. I think, you know, something else which came to me, which can be said very briefly, is that some of my times of most, how do you say, vibrant and total no self have also been those of like deep authorship. So, and that's kind of one of the things that seems in tension here. It's like can we cultivate self? Can we cultivate that relation fundamentally? I'm getting a little feedback, by the way. Is it from, I don't know whose mic it might be from. There we go. Yeah, awesome. Can we cultivate genuine relationship, i.e., can we be in service of the commons? Can we love effectively? And what is the nature of that? Presumably it's one of real participation, right? Presumably it's one in which I am contributing. I often think about these things in terms of the relationship between education, contribution, and belonging. Outsourcing my expression, but I get that it's on this interesting tension. It's on this, it relates to this wild question of really what is technology, and all the ways we equivocate about that term, I think, in common discourse, but then also the various domains in which it seems like technology carries through a different meaning depending on what we're speaking about. And so in that regard as well, there's so many different angles into the conversation. And what you have with Carl H. Smith, for example, is in bringing this term hyperhumanism, you have a sense of here putting at least a bit of a stake in the ground in relation to how he thinks about the relationship between humans and technology. And then we can have a bit of a discourse around that and try and understand who's gathering in relation, what are we talking about. But it's wild because obviously we are comprised of complex feedback loops and an internal landscape of communication, which you could also see through an evolutionary sense of cultivated technological mediums, if you wanted to use the term in that way. And so, and this is partly something, obviously, your work, Cadell, and Philosophy Portal in general takes very seriously, which is, well, I suppose perhaps, it comes through in the Hegel book that you collated and wrote in, Enter the Alien. And so, yeah, look, I could say a million things. So maybe I'll just stop there in for the sake. I really did think about, from the perspective of the commons, a little bit of what I wanted to bring today. And it's all sort of wrapped up in there, but I'll just stop there. And it's been interesting to listen.
Well, I've got a connection to what you said with the commons that I'd like to start a thread with, which is, so you said, can we genuinely be in service of the commons today? And you connected that to, can we love effectively? So what I want to do is connect that to how Samuel McCormick ended day one of our Cree conference with a formula about love. And then I want to connect that to the writing and the creation and the ChatGPT thing. So Samuel McCormick's formulas of love are: to love the truth is to love weakness. To love weakness is to love castration. To love castration is the essence of love. So what I want to say with that is that, to me, one of my arguments for resisting using ChatGPT in my writing is because I feel like it would eliminate my weakness. Because when I used ChatGPT to write, I immediately came up in my head like, okay, when I get writer's block, I could just go to ChatGPT and give the prompt for what I want to say, and then ChatGPT could give me several paragraphs explaining that. And then I could just use those paragraphs and like morph them around a little bit, but it would just overcome the writer's block. Whereas when it says when I say I want to write the book, I don't want to use ChatGPT to write the book. What I'm saying there, and I think writing a book's one of the hardest, if not the hardest, creative struggle to engage. Out of all the other things I do, create courses or whatever, put on events or whatever, like writing the book's at the top of the list, is that it's incredibly it's incredibly lonely to write a book. It's incredibly arduous, the struggle of it, how much time it takes. And you could spend 4 hours, 5 hours trying to write a part of a chapter, and you could get nowhere, and you could feel like you wasted your day. So I think that, to me, to really go through with the genuine creation process, and I think what's at stake in this race with the machines is, can we really love our weakness and create out of that weakness? And then the other side of the equation is, can we create communities that value that? Because there's the one hand of it is, do I want to engage the struggle of writing the book? The other side of it is there a community that cares? Is there a community that cares to read what the hell I struggled to write? That's the other side of the equation. And I think both sides of the equation need to be tackled. So I brought up in the last section that one of the reasons why we're going to do a book club around David McCarriker's Time Energy next month is because I want that to represent something. I want that to represent that book was birthed from a genuine struggle. That struggle is worthwhile, and we're a community that values that struggle. So I'll pass it to Daniel with that. And that's service to the commons. That would be an example of service to the commons.
Oh, excellent. Generally, so on the question of the commons, because I think it's tied to all that you were just saying. So there's a historic question of, what do human beings do when they exist in an unmediated space? Meaning you just throw them together. Nobody has job titles. Nobody has any positioning. They can just relate unmediated. They tend to run. They tend to run because they'd have to face their castration and weakness. They don't have a job title. I'm not able to position myself relative to you. So there's a certain weakness, and I have to engage with you as a person who is a person. Almost, I can't make you a totality, really, because I have no idea who you are. So you're more of an infinity in the kind of Levinas sense that Dave talks about. What do humans do? Well, it's a historic question. If we follow, we've talked about it before. If we follow Louis Demond, they turn around and create a social caste system that's a kind of psychotechnology to organize one another. If they're on the frontier with Tocqueville, they quickly create business so that they can categorize each other according to their job titles. Or they use capital to make everything intelligible according to a shared premise, which is, say, fungibility or commodity logic, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If we're going to talk about a new commons, then it's going to have something to do with not fleeing to mediation, which is fleeing castration. So it's very tied to what you were saying. I have to come to love the feeling of not being able to hide behind I'm a successful business person. Well, I'm a Brahmin. Well, actually, this is what I do, right? So there's a certain nakedness, which of course is what? Terrifying. Why do we use the symbolic and imaginary register? Those are forms of mediation to hide from the nakedness and the castration. Now, this is very important, because for most of history, people have tried to think about a logic of commons in terms of there's kind of basically 3 ways you can have a commons. 1, we all share the same beliefs. We're all Christians. Well, we can all automatically see the problem with that. It has to be closed. It has to be shut off to diversity, et cetera, so forth. The other way we create a commons is we all do something similar. We all are business people, or we're homeowners. We have something in common. So you have common is given. We have the same worldview, but that can be cutting off, anti-pluralistic, and lead to the banality of evil. Then you have the in common, which is we all do a similar thing. So we base our commons on that thing that's in common. But of course, that can be exclusive, because then people have to share those interests. And what do you do with people who don't share those interests, et cetera, so forth? And most efforts in human history have tried to create new spaces outside the market, new spaces outside of politics or whatever, according to one of those logics of a commons. What we seem to see is the necessity of a kind of third way, where the commons is a common inspiration or a common struggle to become something. So we start moving to a logic of becoming. And the reason why becoming is big here is because that is inherently a motivational language. And what we see as the problem today is that no one has done a very good job of creating a civilization that keeps human motivation alive. Comfort does it. We thought comfort would do it. We thought a retirement plan would do it. We thought that money would do it. We think technology will do it. But here's the problem. What ends up happening when you find out that a book is written by ChatGPT? You mentioned it very well. Your inspiration to read it does what? I don't care anymore. It's gone, right? So here's the problem. The way that we're thinking about technology and prosperity kills human motivation. And this is where kind of you talk about that mouse utopia experiment that Barnes and Raymond were talking about. And that does seem to be what you kind of happen. Now, I'm always skeptical to overfit any of those experiments, but you just look around, you see this kind of like, I don't know what to do now. What do I do, right? Well, in order to have human motivation, I think, and there is something about loving castration that is very important. Weakness creates motivation. There is something about accepting your weakness that then creates a motivation to train your weakness or to go into the depths of that weakness, which in a weird way, though, when you have strength, then the strength actually seems like it becomes more arbitrary. Yeah, I could do anything. Okay, who cares? Why do anything? But when there's a facing of weakness that inherently brings with it a difficulty, because there's almost nothing more difficult than facing your weakness and loving your weakness. Now you have found a source of motivation. Now you have found a kind of source of a self-turning wheel. And I do wonder, again, Ebert was mentioning the underdog story. I wonder if the underdog story is so popular because it's inspiring. And the problem with technology like ChatGPT is it removes inspiration. Like if I tell you this book was written by ChatGPT, and I tell you the exact same book was written by a guy who had to quit his job, sleep on a cot and do it, the book that catches your attention is the one done by the human being, right? And so there's something about process, the means by which something arises, that creates inspiration that we have confused with the product. It is not the product without the proper infusement of the correct process that creates inspiration and therefore motivation. And so what you're going to see is the more technology advances and the more that it can provide us with everything that lacks the kind of shine that would inspire us, the more and more we're going to have to think about what are the kind of processes by which things come into existence that create inspiration and motivation. And I think that's what a commons has to be in service of. And that's going to get into things like using technology to allow people to see the work that you're doing. And I'll pass it to Tim here. Like for most of human civilization, people have gained credentials via a resume. You know, they have the right resume, right? Well, I think we're going to see a move to the portfolio where you are using, say, the transparency of technology so people can see what you can do and what you can say. And they can see the value or the things that people bring about. And there's something about a portfolio in its very transparency that, say, technology allows on a decentralized way as opposed to a surveillance state by a centralized power that is going to allow people to see processes that can inspire them that cannot be cheated. You have to do the work in order to have that be part of the picture. And that I think speaks to Lacan in the sense of desire. What desire is after are not objects. Desire seems to be after processes, because desire seems to be after something that inspires it to keep desiring, ergo move into drive. And we have to make sure we're using technology in that way, not to create the products of a process that then cannot be inspiring because they don't have the castration and the weakness and the struggle that gave rise to that product. And I think commons that come into existence now have to be trying to operate according to that logic and to see it as exactly what the human being needs. But I pass it on.
Yeah, I like that. I admit that I am wrestling a little bit with which I will say, the poetic characterization of the use of the term castration. Is this something in principle? Now, you know, if we're meaning it metaphorically, then in principle we're speaking about men and women. right? But in principle, just so I'm getting even like the physiological element of this, is this meant to be, is this about removing a penis, like specifically, or is it more about the removal of genitalia as such?
Castration is inspired by that image, obviously, but it's not biological castration. What the first thing castration means is that a full sexual enjoyment, a full final completed sexual enjoyment is impossible. There's no way to get that. And that's in many ways people try to get that, and not just in sexuality. People try to get that in the realization of a job title. Or people try to get that in the realization of status, right? They try to get or people try to get that in the mediation of fame, right? Like eventually I'm going to be famous enough that I'm going to have the full enjoyment, right? So castration is accepting that full enjoyment is impossible. On the level of language, it kind of means that like, for example, I think that many metaphysical systems that aim to be totalizing are trying to overcome castration. They're not the problem is if you don't accept castration, you don't really engage with the particularity of the other. So I think what's at stake in accepting castration is voice craft with the other, if I could put it like that.
I do understand it as it's built into the philosophical notion. It's always interesting, like the history of these words, right? Because I'm just like a quick Google of it here is root castrate, which means not just to castrate, but also to prune. And I sometimes wonder, like, well, why drop back to the etymology of, a couple thousand years ago? What about 400 years ago, 50 years ago? How it's used in, common parlance, which might have been cultivated 20 years ago. So I understand the point, but I do find it interesting the influence of the images associated in terms of the impossibility of a let's say a full sexual enjoyment. I certainly relate to that in the sense of the sort of the absurdity of thinking about such a thing as like, well, it depends on how you relate to completion, really, isn't it? It depends on how you relate to wholeness as such. I like to emphasize the word whole making, as you know. And so it does seem like in life, if we sort of particularize our energy, like say this live stream, and this will come to a certain kind of completion, and we can all appreciate that together, and it will have its certain an arc and what have you. But it's already in service to a project greater than that. It's in service to Philosophy Portal, but then also the broader commons, which we all participate in our own ways. And then there's our own sort of relational field and the trajectories of all of that. And so in some sense, and in the same with the sexual act, it's sort of embedded in potential and actual processes which extend before and beyond it. And so the relationship with completion always seems to be itself sort of nested within broader patterns. And when I think of things like teleology, I think of self-making teleology, or how we contribute to teleology together. And so I'm totally on board in the sense of what castration seems to be pointing towards there. I still think there's something psychologically interesting if we're speaking about, let's say, languages and, let's just say expressions which are seeking to signal or waypoint what it is to cultivate relationship to creativity. Then we're sort of, for me, necessarily also speaking, poetically in a way that can interplay, touch, resonate with the grounds of inspiration. In that sense, what the, for instance, and maybe I'm doing a good job of this myself in this case, but, I can imagine that someone who has in fact been castrated might have like some resistances to overcome with the terminology that someone else might not. Most basic point in the world, right? So it's actually don't know necessarily, like it would probably be quite an effort to tie that back in, because this is actually more or less just a minor sort of point, really. I hear you with respect to the relationship of, let's say, voicecraft to what we're speaking about, and I agree with that. I agree with that connection in terms of the process. I mean, essentially the ongoing kind of acceptance, like metabolization of inadequacy, but in affirmation, actually, of the possibility for fruitful expression. And so there's almost something like too strong about castration. It's like, you ain't having a kid in that way if you're being castrated. Do you know what I mean? You have to, and it says be some other technological process, and maybe you do have to go fully ChatGPT. Do you know what I mean? If you've been fully castrated. So perhaps I'm for, in some sense, like a relative castration. I don't know. It depends how much you want to dive into the poetry of the image, I guess.
Yeah, no, I think we should dive into the poetry of the image. So like, let me try to justify that category, because like, we shouldn't presuppose why we use any categories to represent anything. And so why does that category make sense? Now, in terms of metaphysics, what you're getting at with that, like, I just want to affirm completely in regards to, let's say, the whole making, is that castration is trying to signify metaphysically some fundamental incompleteness, right? So castration is trying to point towards the problems of metaphysical completion. And in that sense, it's trying to open up the idea of process. Now, one of the greatest paradoxes I experience in becoming interested in Freudo-Lacanian language specifically is that I see that it often generates a tension with, let's say, spiritual metaphysics, which claims to be interested in embodiment. Why is that? So why does Freudo-Lacanian language generate tensions with spiritual metaphysics that claims to be interested in embodiment? Because all of the language of Freud, like, why is saying phallus so problematic? Why? Why is it problematic? You're interested in embodiment. Why is castration problematic? You're interested in embodiment. Why can't we talk about buttholes and vaginas? You're interested in embodiment, right? Freudo-Lacanian tradition totally engages the language of the body, completely. And then people who are interested in so-called spiritual embodiment don't want anything to do with that language. Why? It's very strange. I want to explode that.
They want dinner first. Do you know what I mean? It's, you want a dinner and you want to go for a walk first. I wonder how much of it is literally just a foreplay. Basically, it's like, what is it to kind of broach the initial boundaries? I do feel like a lot of the language, like, I can speak from my perspective, not about that, because I'm just gonna hear that. I don't necessarily want to. I can put myself on that side for the purpose of like a fun dialectic, but I don't like it would be as a role, because I agree with you.
I know that.
But when I think about the challenge of what it is, so here's the thing: if we can talk about one thing, I'm sure we've all encountered the incredible difficulty with, and also why there's such a rejoicing and such an enthusiasm and gratitude I have for the possibility for these kinds of conversations, all the ones we participate in, and all the potential. Because after so much work, there's enough people who have done enough work who can find each other and bring a bunch of different influences, which ultimately all partake of the same in some big soup of culture, right? Bring a bunch of different influences and be like, oh no, actually, I can chuck a ball across there. Oh, actually, it turns out we can see more of the territory now, and I can understand what you're saying. We can understand what each other's saying. But it's really difficult to cross divides often for people. Oh, the language is a little bit different here. You know, how Christian do I have to be part of this Christian context? Do I need to go full baptism? You know, some people needing to do that in order to justify. Okay. And so it's kind of, it's just but I experience how challenging it is for some people, for instance, I can just speak about my own inadequacy, because I can certainly relate to the castration in that regard. I can certainly relate to the impotence of my own expression at various times in my life, again and again, for the capacity to hold attention when actually what I know I'm speaking to is in fact of the essence of vitality for a deep commons that is in fact between us, not on the time horizon of care that can be presently acknowledged. And maybe in some sense, I shouldn't be collaborating with that person and we've all got to go on our ways. Like there's so many different things going on. So I'm not saying the people were wrong necessarily to tune me out. In fact, they might have been very much right to tune me out. But it doesn't change the fact that there might have been like an orientation, a broad orientation that I was pointing in or moving in that wasn't in fact deeply aligned with our common interest. And in fact, deeply aligned with the possibility for the continued kindling of intrinsic motivation, to bring in some of Daniel's language, like drawing us to recognize the kind of the interiority of the nature of desire and our creativity as such. And something I obviously think is so important to emphasize, and maybe is really at the core of this in some critical sense, at least in terms of how that meets relationship. But it's to bring it back to the point about castration and the poetry of the image and what have you. I imagine, I mean, you can imagine, we grow up in culture. It's like, oh, well, you know, all the kids are laughing because someone said dick in the classroom, and everybody's saying dick when they're talking to each other in the hallways. But when you say it in the classroom in front of the teacher, now the lesson is interrupted because like, this is the most hilarious thing that an 8-year-old could have said, right? Who knows what they're saying now? So now you just, like, I just, and one can imagine as well, like the more, I would say like the more shocking / absurd you are in your expression of like say like sexual memes in the flirting process or the Riz process, which I learned through Instagram Reels these days, the more you better be nailing every other element of the attraction process, because then you can bring in, like, you can say ludicrous things and they can be attractive, right? They can be sexy. But if you ain't like knocking out the park some of the other aspects of attraction in the courtship process, then to say the more absurd and potentially like grotesque things is actually going to be like a shocking signal of like, what the fuck, right? So there's something, I wonder, it's like that in the case of the spiritual embodied people, I'm curious about what precedes in the, in fact, embodiment in either case that makes possible the introduction of terms which might, for whatever reason, trigger. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
I'm not so interested for me personally, I'm not so much interested in impressing what I would see as the spiritual metaphysics embodied people with my language. What I'm interested in is what metaphysics helps me actually deal with the real of human sexual life. What helps me philosophically deal with the real of human sexual life? Like with Frodo-Lacanian terminology, I can make more sense of what I see on sexual Instagram reels than all the spiritual embodied people. I guarantee you that. Like what's actually going on like Instagram reels and like Riz pickup videos and like everything that's going on online culture, I guarantee you the Frodo-Lacanian language maps better than the spiritual metaphysics of embodied practices, because what's actually going on in like the real sexual lives of human beings, most philosophers have no contact with it and have no interest in it and have no metaphysics to describe it or engage in it meaningfully. So I'm not really interested in impressing them with my language or rizzing them or flirting with them. I'm more interested in actually developing a metaphysics which is psychoanalytically informed so that we can really approach fundamental problems that human libidos are producing. Because that's the real issue. Like the real issue is that human libido is real. It's realer than any philosopher. And human libidos are producing problems which no philosophers are really thinking. And I think the language, I mean, to me, the language of castration is incredibly important because fundamentally, like what that's saying is that human beings all have to confront the fact that they'll never get the full sexual jouissance that they want. and they all want it, and they're all going to try and get it. And that's going to produce huge problems for communities. And so if you don't have a metaphysical language that can approach that reality, you're screwed. And your metaphysics is dead. It's irrelevant. And that's what it'll become. It'll become irrelevant. And I'll leave it there. Daniel,
I just before, I'll just
it.
give it to Daniel 1 second, but just to say that like the core thrust of that, I'm in complete alignment with. I feel like there's something there that like I'm wondering. It feels like there's this. It feels like something I'm bringing here could in principle be generative, considered within that project rather than in contesting that project. So I'll just leave that there. But go ahead, Daniel. See what you're picking up on.
No, it's outstanding. What is being suggested, in my opinion, is the problem of language that is actually central for why communities, commons collapse, and why capitalism succeeded, or one of the reasons it's been so successful, because the language is $20. It's numbers and numerical, and everyone on planet Earth can share this universal language that allows pluralism and globalization to interact with one another. Because if I say father, people who have been traumatized by their father, that hurts them. If I talk about Jesus, there's a lot of people like, well, that's crazy, resurrection. We actually very often don't realize how all of human language is full to the brim with terminology that will alienate X people versus Y people. And it is so there's a certain skill, I've called it the meta language skill, or the ability to move between languages without which a commons will prove impossible. It also suggests why reductionism occurred. You know, there's a lot of people saying reductionism is bad, but the issue is if you don't reduce everything to something, then you have to open up to all the different language games, all the different terminologies, which are alienating to some people and hurtful. And then you have all these different problems, because you also have the issue like with the language of castration. If Lacan uses the language of castration and we're talking sort of the psychoanalytical, then there's a need to use that language to participate in that discourse. But then people who are not in that discourse, it's like, what the heck are you talking about? Likewise, if I'm talking with you gentlemen and there are people who are like, why hasn't he mentioned Jesus? Because, you know, Jesus matters. There's an alienate. You're always in a public common form that is transparent, finding the problem of language as inherently creating tension and conflict. So what we did to get around all of that is say everything is fungible according to price and exchange value. And it worked, because I don't have to talk to people and worry about different language games. Likewise, we reduced everything to facts or empiricism. It is very important today that people has a certain respect for reductionism and a certain respect for prices and coordinations. Because if not, then talking about a new commons or a new society, you may overlook the very real problems that are embedded in cultural differences, language differences, that those problems addressed, that we may not have a address for, because we don't even realize the depths of those different problems in different things. Like if you're going to have a globalized pluralistic world that is operating according to a logic distinct from the commodity logic that makes everything fungible according to prices and so on and so forth, it will be absolutely necessary for the majority of people to have some sort of meta language game ability, some sort of ability of people to hold terms not super tightly, where they hold them. It's not all relative, but they're able to say, okay, by castration here, this must be situated in some particular psychoanalytical framework that I'm going to operate. And here's the other key move, though. You assume that all language games exist for a reason. This is where that's another big step. If there's a language game that has formed using certain terminologies, rather the natural human tendency that destroys the possibility of a commons is to say, that is stupid. It is stupid to talk about these parables in the gospel. It is stupid to talk about commodities, or stupid to talk about castration. Because the moment you do that, now we're in conflict. Now it's just back to the religious wars, because the religious wars in some respects are a kind of language wars, metaphysics wars. And then we just go back to needing the scientific revolution or the Enlightenment to try, or, you know, that's where neoliberal, you know, as Fukuyama talks about, these are the births of the neoliberalism that leads to the reductionism that has led to the meaning crisis, or the dominance of the commodity form that has become problematic. But what we're seeing here, I think, on this problem of language is how we can talk all day as a humanity of community and commons and operating outside of market logic. But if we're actually going to do that and not just fall back into the mistakes of history, if you will, then it will require something of us that is not obvious that it is required. It is not obvious that you need some sort of strange meta-language ability. It is not obvious that you need to somehow learn to respect different language games, but also see problems with it. Just like Adele is saying that there are some metaphysical languages that talk about embodiment, but don't talk about, say, the parts of the body, that they avoid that real. And so there's a certain kind of emptiness to the language, right? But then at the same time, you have to have the street smarts to realize that people who say have gone through sexual abuse or different things may not be able to respond to that language. And you've got to be able to recognize that, right? But the moment you think about all of that, this is what the average person does. They say, I'm tired. That's hard. I don't even know where to begin. So we atomize and we just don't do it. It's too hard. But if you don't do it, well, then you're giving over to the commodity form per se. You're giving over to the logic of reductionism. But this is where also people abandoning these efforts, there's a certain rationality to it. You can understand why it has occurred because you have to go into, it's basically, this is the main point. I'll give it to Tim and then Kev. It is inevitable that the effort to create a commons hurts people. It is inevitable that people get hurt, that they misunderstand. And that means you are inevitably led to one of the ultra problems we have not figured out yet, forgiveness. The problem of forgiveness that Ms. Powell was talking about with Cadell, the ability to know when to forgive someone, when that isn't enabling evil, when to actually be able to bear pain, when not to speak it in the wrong way. There is an art of pain and hurting one another that people, and misunderstanding one another, that people are going to learn how to come to terms with. And we don't even have the social institutions to frame the problem, let alone teach the means of address. So I think all of this has kind of framed a lot of something very central to the problem of commons.
Yeah, it's this is hilarious because it's hard to imagine. I mean, you could add something to this mix, but from the perspective of like getting a job in the corporate world or the majority of, mainstream culture, talking about castration on a communism live stream is like the least. So I just want to say that, like, thank you all for being here because this is not even, it's not about communism as it's usually understood. It's not about castration as it's usually understood. And you've got to participate in fuckloads of language to even get the sense that that's not what it's about. Well, fundamentally, about that, which is hilarious. It's like, goddamn. So the thing I want to add, continue with the generativity here. My initial remark was not objecting, let's say, to the notion of, certainly not to the notion of castration as such, but I did remember I said in relation to, is there like a feminine, does that encapsulate the feminine aspect of this situation? Now there might be one in the discourses that you're speaking from, Cadell, but the reason I mention it does seem to me that eventually, for the sake of babies being made, since time immemorial, women have been accepting very incomplete offerings, okay? Accepting them to the point where it was turned out it was sufficient to actually create life. And so the kind of impotence of the masculine in this sense was not impotent enough to not create. It was potent enough, but in some sense, like, how much of a castration was the feminine willing to accept? And I'm kind of wondering about the because in a way, like, castration here is being used as something which we could see as an effacement. We could see castration as a self-effacement, but actually it's not. It's being used in a negating sense, right? It's being used in that more fundamentally fruitful sense with respect to the recognition of its actual truer nature, like its inadequacy, but where that inadequacy meets the possibility for genuine continuation in the participation of life in the creative process. And so I'm curious about what could be named, similarly poetically with respect to the feminine. It would seem to be around like what is appropriate or not, or however you're going to, navigate that in relation to accepting within, being impregnated with. And so my experience, let's say, of speaking, like to the degree there is like I realize my inadequacy. Fuck, this is so shit, right? God damn it, fucking, I'm still stuck here. It could be embarrassing, but here I am. I'm actually accepting that in some critical sense, right? So there's like a feminine move. It's like a sort of love in that sense of accepting the inadequacy comes in to meet that castration at the level that it's at, but that actually makes possible the onwards shaping and the strengthening of the very possibility to make the phallic movement in a manner that, and when one makes that phallic movement, for example, I'm not entering the sexual process all caught up with my own fucking castration. Like, what the hell is that? You don't just want to be stuck in that, right? You want to be going through this process, moving through it in some critical sense to come out again and reaffirm, presumably.
Well, let me just sort of. I mean, I don't want to go too deep down the rabbit hole of this jargon game, but just maybe bring it back to the question of the commons, and also sort of orient it in the direction of where the portal will be heading next month, which is actually a question of the sacred. And if I sort of more sort of flexibly adapt my language to where the portal's gone, let's say we have a sexual energy which needs to move through and become accommodated by community. I think like if we use like libido, communism, Jesus, then those are like hypercharged languages. But like if I say sexuality, community, the sacred, these are like very neutral categories. Like everyone, I get that. Like just feel the difference in your body if I say libido, communism, Jesus. Or if I say sexuality, community, sacred. It's like they're totally more general they're less charged categories, let's say. Like they're less emotionally charged. More people can like be included in the conversation. Say something like that. So we move into the sacred next month. And I think that I've been thinking more and more about how the first three categories for the first 3 months of the portal map on really nicely to the categories that inspired my first trialogues with Kevin Oros and Daniel Dick, sex, masculinity, and God. And just thinking maybe I'm just experimenting with the idea. Maybe just let's keep repeating those categories. Like no need to like have a spurious multiplicity of like every month there's a new category. I already feel like that would be tearing me apart too much. Like I like the idea maybe we just repeat these three categories: sex, community, and sacred, and just see where we go. Like see where that goes. Because to me, there's something like logically that to me that is naturally deriving categories that we need to think not just once, but again and again for a long time. like because they're not going anywhere.
It's a good idea.
They're not going anywhere. And so we have the sexual energy, which is the ground of the community. And then the community needs something beyond itself, the sacred, or the community needs something that orients it, a telos. I don't know where it's going to go. I don't know where we're going to go, but maybe as some sort of like closing thoughts for the commons, do you have any thoughts on the sacred and the commons, maybe as a closing thought, just especially with the emphasis that next month we're going to be going into that with the portal?
No, outstanding. I would note that a lot of what has been said about the problem of language makes me think, and again, Mr. Ebert made this point where we will one day just outsource our ethics to AI, and because then we can always say, well, the AI said to do it, so that's why I did that thing. It will be like Eichmann in Jerusalem all over again. Well, I just did it because that's what the orders were, right? Well, likewise, the temptation will be, well, the AI used this language game. The AI used this language, so that's why we use it. And we can avoid some of the tensions. And there is a truth that, like you say, I think the point on the difference between community and communism, you feel it in your body. It does show that language is bodily. Language is not just immaterial words, that They're emotionally tied together, just like kind of the idea of embarrassment and status, as Ebert was talking about yesterday, right? Is that you feel the loss of status, you feel these things. And that would also suggest if the sacred somehow has to do with these spaces that are not reducible to physicality, but affect physicality, all of those kind of things are talking about how to deal with the sacred. Just like the language, the difference between communism community actually is some sort of like your tila, what you're toward, right? I think the sacred has a lot to what you're toward. Towardness, I've talked about it. Orientation, like what are you toward? Now, again, the great writers like a Flannery O'Connor, Butler, and all of them say that the temptation of the writer is to use general language because general language lets people come in. And if you use it particular, you could alienate people because they don't know, you know, what's the difference between talking about a city and Amherst? Well, do y'all know what Amherst is? Probably not, right? But if I talk about a city, oh, okay. And you can fill it in with your imagination. But the problem is the general then creates the space for the projection of your imagination to avoid the actual and to avoid the real, right? But then if you go for the particular too quickly, you unveil it in the wrong rate, you overwhelm people, right? And we're seeing the problem of unveiling in language itself, which then it leads to people saying on dates, well, don't talk about politics, sex, and religion, right? On your first date, because that will destroy everything. That's likewise, stay in the general language. Don't make it particular too quickly. Now, of course, the problem is you then have people turn around and say, well, just be particular. Don't use general language. Well, that doesn't work because that alienates people. There's a freaking art form that you have to figure out. And the point is that a repetitive structure of revisiting thing could in terms allow a gradual movement into particularity at a rate of unveiling that people can handle without overwhelming people. And you will see the creativity that happens in the revisit. It's kind of like the Deleuze point. You look at the same leaf, it's not the same. The temporal dimension has changed. The repetition unveils the difference, right? And so there may be something to be said. I think there's a lot of wisdom in the notion of sex, community, and sacred. And the last thing I'll say on the notion of sacred, to Tim's point, is that when we talk about there's no final completion, that is in regard to a stable state. I think a classical notion of an alternative to completion, like we see in Dante, is fittingness, which means you're in your trajectory. So there is a kind of completion in a fittingness, but it's not stable. That's why my favorite imagery is all the Paradiso and Dante. Everything is always moving. Nothing stopped. The birds are flying everywhere, but there's a logic, a fittingness. In a way, we could say what has happened. Let's put it this way. First world nations have created conditions for completion, but not for fittingness. If you make conditions for completeness, that's the immortality drive, that leads to death. Basically, that leads to the effacement. But what we have to be careful of is not creating conditions for fittingness, which is almost like the orbit a planet can follow, right? Let's put it this way. Like instead of that, people tend to think about having children versus raising children. Notice the difference. Having final state, oh, I've had kids, I'm an adult now. Well, what about raising them? Oh, I don't know. That would be thinking more in terms of the process, right? We think like you say, oh, I wrote a book. Well, have ChatGPT do it. Oh, I have the book versus writing the book. What is fitting for me to do? And basically, for me, the question of commons, sacredness is fittingness. To discuss the sacred is to discuss what the community needs to do in accordance with its sexuality and the individual to find a certain fittingness. And here's the kind of the key notion in Dante that I like. When something finds its fittingness, it's inspiring. You want to be like it. You want to be fitting as well. So now you start creating motivation. And that is where I then think you can see the way to say it's like, well, you know, are you saying in sex that there's no happiness ever? No, we're saying that sex is never finished, which in one way it could be horrifying because you're like, it's never done. But in another way, if it's inspiring and beautiful, you go outstanding. The idea of no final resting place is absolutely wonderful if that means you're forever inspired. But that means you have to make a society that creates conditions of that fittingness, not societies that create stable states. But that will require us to do things differently. So I'm glad to be here to speak about possible different ways of doing things.
Yeah, that was brilliant, Daniel. It's a really good question, Cadell. Yeah, that was really good, Daniel. There's so much to build on there, but I'll drop to just offer a different, well, not different perspective, but just a different way into this because it speaks to, it's really at the core for me, that sort of question. I'm really when it comes to commons, you know, and we've done quite a bit of work on that now. Yeah, the political economy side is interesting and can be approached at these different levels. One of the things which I notice animates my continued inspiration and of interest in relation is that the very fact we can communicate at all. I'm beginning to sound a little bit like a broken record when I talk about some of this stuff now, but the very shared intelligibility and possibility for intelligibility, the real there's a profound mystery of that. It really is, like that we can, that there's agency, that there's orientation in terms of how I treat that now, but the immense complexity of all that's occurring within me, in relation between us, within you, in the broader context, that makes possible our continued relating, our continued communicating. It's, you know, it's eons of evolutionary technology. And then to speak about it metaphysically, which I enjoy doing, I reach for those notions, think about things like continuity and the conditions which make possible a relationship that is the continuity in some sense, that can remain in universe with difference. I know we use all these words as well. It is really, really wild. And I always find that there's a, for me, it seems like there's a phenomenal, I kind of would go so far as to say, I mean, one of the ways we meet, I think, with, you know, I have not read much Hegel. I have read some, and I've certainly listened to lots over the last 3 years through this network and associated conversation. But something about the relationship between phenomenology, ontology, and epistemology that you find Hegel treating with is something that was the constellation of those was profoundly influential on me through other streams, let's say. And, you know, I do notice, you know, for me, what's at stake in, for me, where one of the points of real tension and potential difference is in the, I wouldn't say like the discourse, not so much between us, but in the broader commons of what we show up seeking to kind of nurture here. I think, you know, you could think of figures like, you know, the Bard and transcendental emergentism. And then in the coming months, you've got, you know, Gaffney and Zach Stein coming out, and I'm naming them because of their age and how they're held up with in terms of respect for their scholarship. And I have the question of the manner by which we can access or kind of participate in the genuine sacredness of the commons, where commons is something to be understood from this, for me, a deeper metaphysical sense of the conditions of possibility for communication and coherence at all, you know, and I'd use language of whole making as well, is really, 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 really central to the possibility for, in my opinion, like a coherent discourse that knows what it's actually in contention about. How contingent in some sense is our relationship to the commons, is our access to the commons, and how much in some sense are we of the deep commons versus how much are we forever kind of entrapped in someone's chosen discourse of what constitutes our habitat or our identity, and what is it to actually be authentic and author, therefore, in that context. So these things, it's like, these are ridiculously critical for me. I feel like it's been central to my philosophical interests and work for as long as I can remember being more integrated in my, way of relating to all of this. So I don't know how much of that comes through, because it really is, it's something I would love to have, 4 or 5 hours to talk about. But yeah, it's always good to drop in. And, I feel like there was some real interesting generative charge in all of this. And I'm looking forward to next time. Thank you, Kutel. Really great questions. Really enjoying what you're doing. Thoroughly encourage everyone who's listening to this to look a little bit deeper if they're not currently a part of Philosophy Portal. I do think it would be a profoundly generative use of your time. So yeah, thank you very much, everybody.
And as we've said before, Tim, there is more than what meets the eye on the surface of all these initiatives that we're a part of, whether it's Philosophy Portal or Voicecraft or OG Rose. There is something more if you're willing to search for it. It's not just an empty surface image, let's say. There is something to find, and just depends on if you're willing to go look and find that. So I guess I'll just close by saying this has sort of been the second experiment of doing a live stream inspired by the previous month of events at the portal. Last month was the month of communism, and we had, and I'm realizing that because that word's so charged, it might not. I do really think I'll move more to a general language of sexuality, community, and sacred, or something like that. I think that would just include more people, but we had a really great month. Both months have been great. We had Carl Hayden Smith focusing on the edge. David McCarricker in our Thought Lab, and Alex Ebert in Real Talk, and both Carl and Alex were joining me for the beginning here. And next month, we're actually experimenting with a month on the sacred. So if you are interested in joining us, philosophyportal.online/event space. You'll find the link in the description. And a really interesting lineup scheduled for next month. We've got Andrew, well, it's a collaboration actually with the Center for Process Studies. The entire month is going to be leading up to a conference hosted by the Center of Process Studies focused on the work of Ian McGilchrist. And the 3 guests joining us are all presenters at the conference. And working at the Center of Process Studies, Andrew Davis, Ruthie Kastner, and Matthew Segal. Both Andrew Davis and Matthew Segal have been on the channel before. And Ruthie Kastner was really excited to get involved. As soon as she heard about it, she wanted to get involved. She's a quantum physicist who's interested in the connection between science and spirituality. So she'll be in our Thought Lab this month, and hopefully all of it gives us a new window into discussing the sacred, new language to discuss the sacred. So thank you both, Daniel and Tim, for joining me here at the end of this live stream, and for everyone else joining us here tonight. Again, philosophyportal.online/event space, all the information you need, and have a great evening.